Hello. Hello. Play on two. This play play this on two. Play.
मैंने फारूक भाई को 2-3 दफा कहा कि ये माइक्स और वो वाले माइक सारे कॉलर
जी
वाले सब उधर पहुंचा दें।
Hello.
Hello.
Members of the audience, please take a seat.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If I could humbly request you all to get seated so we can officially commence the event, please. Thank you.
This combined annual flagship event of NDC Tech and Temenos is returning in person after 3 whole years.
Hence, we extend a very special thanks to all of you in the audience for gracing this special occasion with your esteemed presence. We also have a handsome participation from Temenos from Newton Corners, and on behalf of NDC Tech, I wish you a pleasant stay here during your time here in Pakistan. My name is Hussain Mustafa Khanwala.
And my name is Abru Jalil, and we are delighted to be your host for the day.
With its 11th edition this year, Bank of the Future Forum has become one of the largest and most inclusive banking conferences in the world, with the mission to foster an open dialogue on the upcoming banking technology trends.
A noble endeavor of banking future, summits such as needs the support and blessings of a diverse group. And I'm excited to note that we are joined amongst us the representatives from State Bank of Pakistan and professionals from the renowned banks, fintechs, investors, Finaxtra, analysts, and media.
Members of the audience, we have gathered here in this fantastic forum to witness how NDC Tech and Temenos can empower banks and financial institutions on their paths to digital transformation.
Our vision is to make banks future-proof by delivering best-of-breed technology solutions and partner with them to create value for the customers.
However, in this digital landscape, banks need to stay ahead of the curve. Therefore, banks need to be kept abreast of the latest technological trends and advancements in the field of financial technology.
Ladies and gentlemen, if we actually look at the agenda briefly, we see a power-packed day full of insightful sessions and thought-provoking panel discussions by dynamic experts, innovators, and thought leaders.
Now, this will not only take your banking knowledge to the next level, but also leave you with this recipe for a secret sauce to build banks for the future.
Now, before we delve into proceedings, at the very outset, I must mention that an event of this nature would not have been possible without the contribution of you all over here.
HID and Huawei are our platinum sponsors, and Abris Consulting, Validata, and ACI Worldwide are our gold sponsors. We appreciate them for the resources, support, and the generosity provided, and offer them our heartfelt gratitude.
And of course, our special thanks goes to the leadership of Temenos and NDC Tech, who established the awards back in 2010. The continuous support of Bank of the Future Forum has evolved into this excellence event that we have ahead of us.
And last but not the least, may I thank the event committee at Temenos and NDC Tech, who have been key in design to take this conference to the state it has seen the reality of the day-to-day. It has been a collaborative effort, and I would like to extend my gratitude to all the volunteers involved since the inception of this event.
With the introductions and recognitions in place, it is time for us to now formally commence the...
Ladies and gentlemen, to welcome is to honor, and to welcome is to establish integrity. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming to the lectern to deliver the welcome address, Leadership at NDC Tech, CEO Ms. Amara Masood. Can we have a huge round of applause, please?
Ji, Assalamualaikum. And welcome to everybody to be here. I'm really delighted that after 3 years we are going to have this event again in person. Last 2 years we had to do with online presence, but as all of you know, it's not always the same. So I'm delighted to have all my guests, not only from different cities in Pakistan. I'm delighted that customers all the way from Peshawar, from Islamabad, from Lahore, and from Karachi are here, and they joined this banking community. As you know that we started building the Terminos community back in the year 2001, and now it has been almost 21, 22 years since we have been growing this community. And I'm happy to announce that today we have more than 18 banks who are using the Terminos platform, starting from the largest bank who just acquired Terminos, and I welcome them to our community, Habib Bank of Pakistan. And I have some esteemed guests from Habib Bank of Pakistan who just joined the Terminos community from this year onwards, and I look forward to the successful implementation with them. I would also like to welcome UBank and UPaisa team who have also joined us from Islamabad, and they have also been a recent addition to our community in the last 1 year, and I welcome them. And then we also have many of our digital front-end customers who have also joined us, like Bank of Punjab, like UBL, and many of the other banks who have taken, the platform from us. So give us an applause to all the guests from the various cities, and also to the Terminos team. We have been successfully doing this event with Terminos now for the 11 years, a good 11 years. And when we started the first forum, we have about 30 or 40 people present in the forum. And now, mashallah, it has grown to leaps and bounds. And we hope that we are able to add value not only through this type of a forum, but also allow people to network with each other, learn from each other, and create best practices in Pakistan, also coming and learning from different countries. We have, of course, the Terminos team, which is bringing the global best practices, and the NDC Tech team, which is now working in more than 29 countries globally, and adding to the experience of different people. So I think we have a video that we wanted to share before I start with some of the other. Thank you, and I hope that gives a glimpse of the activities we have been up to. I'm very happy to announce, as all of you know, that we have been acquired by Systems Limited. Officially, we integrated with them on July 1st, and it has been a really exciting journey for the last 3 months. Understanding each other and trying to leverage each other's strengths. I'm sure that this acquisition is going to be very beneficial for the banking community, because now we can safely say that we are able to provide not only the mission critical systems for banks, but also everything which is non-core around banks. And I'm happy to welcome Asif Peer, who is also here and will be speaking at the next level. Okay. Sorry about the glitch. I think my slides are not showing up. Okay, so I'm not going to hold up a lot of the agenda, but there are a couple of key things I wanted to make an announcement for. The first thing is our key collaboration with Terminos, which we have just signed a deeper relationship with Terminos for both GCC countries as well as for Pakistan, where we are going to build all of the country models for these countries. So this is going to be an investment from our end, and of course very strategic for Terminos to be able to provide all of the country models for different GCC countries as well as for Pakistan. So we hope that whatever best practices we have been able to build in Pakistan, we are now able to continue to invest and leverage them and build more capabilities much ahead of any competition that can come here. The second important announcement is also our strategic collaboration with Terminos on IP development. And there is a lot of strategic IP developments related to corporate banking, which we have recently signed with Terminos, where we are investing in a lot of functionalities to be added with Terminos. The third thing which we are very happy to announce is that we have been investing a lot on the cloud. And we recently signed 2 or 3 new banks, one in UAE on the Microsoft Azure cloud, which is basically based on the Terminos SaaS solution. And hopefully, this is something which we can also offer to some of our customers once the cloud policy is in place. The second is on OCI Cloud, Oracle Cloud, which is in Saudi Arabia. And we have already implemented and gone live with 2 clients on the Oracle Cloud in Saudi Arabia. And we are investing very much with the local providers, some of the technology companies like Huawei in Pakistan, to build the cloud for the Pakistan banking community as well. And with, of course, PTCL, we have also been building the setup with PTCL to be able to offer the cloud in Pakistan. We have also had a great relationship. Now we have a global relationship with Red Hat. Red Hat, as you know, provides on-prem cloud-native open source technologies. And NDC has signed a collaboration with them at a global level, where Red Hat is actually providing us support from product engineering perspective. And so any hyperscalers which are being implemented in large banks like UBL, who is right now implementing OpenShift. HBL is also looking to look at some of these platforms, and we are happy that we are investing in building up skill sets and providing quality services in these technologies. So without further ado, I would like to give the stage to Asif Peer, who would welcome you. Thank you all for being here.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning, everyone. It's great to see this show, and first of all, my real thanks to our customers who are here, as Amara said, from various cities. So welcome, and I'm really hopeful that you will learn a lot from these sessions and interactions with your peers and the colleagues and with the best banking minds in the country. As we all know, Pakistani banker shines everywhere in the global banking sector. Also, I would like to thank Temenos leadership who have flown from various cities and are here to share their thoughts about what Temenos is doing for the future roadmap, because that is very important for each one of you to learn what they are doing and what they are going to offer to you in the future. And that's really, really strategic for all of us. So I would like to just share that with Systems Limited, as Amara shared, this is an amazing acquisition that what we have done. I'm really delighted to share that we as a company, we were working with almost all of the banks in Pakistan, but providing the non-core services around Temenos. So we were doing all the infrastructure to integrations to all kind of work. But when we thought that, okay, there is a core is missing, I think it cannot be better than NDC Tech, which has established themselves, as you can see in the video, their accomplishment. And the success comes from the delivery. We are in a services business, so when we deliver, then we delight our customers, and that's what matters the most. So we have envisioned that, we have done the execution, and the culture of both companies are very important, and I think that's what I'm delighted to share. After working in last 1 quarter aggressively, we share the common values and the culture. So that's very important in any transaction, that whatever you do, whatever we do all together, that how we can integrate it well, that we can deliver the more value to our customers, because we are here for you, to serve you better for the future needs that you guys have. So we are global SI, global system integrator. That's our purpose, and I would like to share with this acquisition, I would like to start that we will be the largest Temenos partner and build the center of excellence in Pakistan. This is our joint commitment together, that we will have the largest team, largest professionals. We will train, we will involve educational institutions to training the young professionals, giving them opportunities, because we truly believe that this is the future, that we can transform the banking sector globally, not just Pakistan, but we are looking at globally as well. We will, of course, partner and deliver the value here and export it to other banks globally, as we are very closely working with the MEA, first Middle East and Africa, and then, of course, we will expand our footprint to other geographies as well. So, Systems Limited, we have been, I would just like to share a couple of things. Other than this NDC Temenos, like we won the recent Best Sales Award the last year. NDC Tech team recently won in the MIA conference. Forbes Asia has been recognizing Systems Limited since last 3 years in a row as a best under $1 billion company since last 3 years, best 200 companies in Asia. So we have been proud. I've been very thankful to my team and the leadership, my board, and all the stakeholders and all the customers who have trusted us, and we were able to accomplish this for Pakistan and for ourselves. So we are very proud of getting this accomplishment, and we have various accolades from other industries as well. So we will just talk about, I'll just talk about briefly what is the bank of future and the future of bank, right? So when we talk about bank of the future, we really need to question what will be the future of the bank. How in today's world the banking sector is going to be transformed going forward. It's not going to be traditional banking anymore. Whoever is thinking that I can just optimize my traditional banking, it's not going to last for long. You have to really transform yourself. You have to disrupt. It is not going to be optimization and cost cutting and cost saving anymore. You have to come up with innovation. You have to scale. So three things that everybody wants: growth, digitalization, and efficiency. And how you can achieve this? With trusted connection, with scalability, and with innovative solutions. So without innovation, without disruption, as I said, optimization cannot take you to the next level. So what are the key trends shaping the financial services market? We all know that, most of that, but evolving customers' expectation, right? Customer is demanding now. Customer has access to the data. Customer compares. So hyper-personalization, it's not even personalization, but hyper-personalization with, now, of course, with Temenos and other products like explainable AI, that gives you the insight, what customer wants, what is this expectation, how can I define my organization around customer journeys? A digital evolution, like, as I said, like, can you digitally transform or optimize your operation? So this is the key. Ecosystem transformation, open finance, security, all of these things are very important. Like we say that economic downturn, right? So if there is an economic downturn, what do? Typically, people start thinking, can we optimize? Can we cut more cost? That's not an answer. You have to think, how can I transform and come up with more solutions, more products, more robust? If I have a customer, captive client, am I cultivating and getting the lifetime value of that customer through my data, through my systems in place or not, right? So that's really the key in today's world, and this is what is going to shape the financial services market. So bank of the future, right? So now banking, like with the digital banking, it's banking as a service, with banking as a platform. We have to question ourselves, like, what do we need to do? How do we redesign and optimize? How do we redesign and optimize our banking, our organization, that it yields to a customer journeys? Like, how can you think about that, okay, my structure of an organization is not typical HR, typical finance, and typical silos that what we have, but how can I design my organization based on the customer journeys? What is the customer expectations? What customer expects from the bank now? And what are the use cases? What are the other fintechs? What are the other partners we can, in the ecosystem, we can integrate and come up with a value with robust integrations, with robust common APIs, open banking APIs, extendable APIs. So this is going to be the future of the bank. If you just think, I think we can be a product company, we can be a services company, or we can be just a traditional bank with all the different similar departments that what we have, and we sometimes neglect customer journeys in the process, and we should keep customers in mind. So next generation banking requirement, cost efficiency and seamless capability that everybody definitely need. Augmented value of the customers we talk about, like the data. Data is a strategic asset that we all know that, but are we using it to its full extent? That is the key. Are we using it? Because that is going to convert your hindsight to foresight. So that is the key question that we need to be asking from ourselves. So from a systems standpoint, that I would like to say that we combine, as Amara was sharing previously, with the core banking services, with our digital transformation, digital services in place, with our data and AI competency, with our cloud enablement, with our infrastructure managed services in play, we cover now end-to-end banking. It's not like just nucleus is the core banking, but there are pillars around it which we cover, and that's what we're proud of, that we will give you the end-to-end seamless journey to the banks that what they need today, or tomorrow as well. So I think NDC Tech I already shared. So this is the key thing, that what we believe the synergies that is going to be with systems and NDC together. What is the latest trend? Like, what is technology without what is a technology without a trust? That is the key question that everybody asks. So all the CIOs and CEOs, they really need an efficient infrastructure, an IT backbone as a core to develop and scale anything over on the core or non-core, doesn't matter, but you have to have a very efficient and resilient base to gain a trust. Now, we all know about the data. In your banking, you have data in trade, you have a data in finance, you have data in various modules of banking, core banking to digital banking. But this is in siloed. What these new concepts like the data fabrics and data mesh, that what everybody is using, that how you can have the data that is available from anywhere and everywhere. So you don't need to worry about, okay, the data resides in this area or data reside in that area. So with the data fabrics and data mesh, you can come up with a very quickly anything that you need in your banking sector in the data world. So, of course, everybody knows about cloud native platform in this this forum, of course. So we can all think about lift and shift and things like that. But in order for you to, it's not going to gain a benefit if you don't use the cloud native technologies, right? You can't just get an advantage of everything by lift and shift. So the other thing is I would like to stress upon is once you have the trust, once you have the infrastructure in place, once you have data fabrics in place, once you have cloud in place, sculpting change. What is composable application? I'm sure the Temenos colleagues are going to share about the composable business architecture. But this is the key now in today's world. Nobody is thinking about big monolithic applications. First, there are three things in composable applications. Three things, this is very important. Like first, composable thinking. This is a mindset that when you design anything, then is it a composable, or I'm designing, can I take this piece out and can I integrate with APIs and the services around it? Can I plug into any big system and will it work or not? So this is a thinking part. Then once you have the thought process defined, then you go into the composable business architecture. Then you define the architecture of composable business, and then it comes to a technology, which is Temenos or any other technology that you choose in your organization. So composability and extendability is the key. Like if you are a bank, if you need it's just a trade module, say for example, and you have everything else working, do you go for entire core replacement, or you will just say that give me a component which is a trade component, I will plug and play and integrate with these services with my other system, and it will start working. And then tomorrow you need another module, you can plug and play and deploy. So visualization and composable thinking is the key in the future. And I think that is the future which even your non-core application that you design your products and solution in a way that it's a composable business architecture. And it works. Of course, we all know decision intelligence, hyper-automation. Just think about anything in your organization that you can automate. So that is a hyper-automation. Use low-code, no-code, use RPA, all of these techniques. But think about that, can we automate the process? Can we automate the business process? Can we challenge everyone in the organization why we are doing this in this way? And that's where your organization will move to hyper-automation. And I think AI engineering, and everybody knows that. I will just touch upon like 2 things in accelerating your growth. We all know about total experience. I have learned that total experience comprises of 4 things. One is, of course, customer experience or consumer experience. We all know about it, right? User experience, your employee experience, and then the multi-experience. So if customer visits your digital channel or your branch, they should have a similar experience. And once you design all these things together, then you give an experience. Because if you have a good consumer experience and at the back end, your employee experience doesn't match that, so your employees won't be able to serve your customers. So this is the key, that's a total experience is the key in today's world to outshine anything. And generative AI, I think that is a very important concept. Again, we all believe that AI will only work if we have a historical data and tons of historical data, and then we can extrapolate and we can come up with regression models and neural networks and all of these things. But now with the generative AI, you can generate the AI based on the data, sample data format that you have. So you can simply achieve the similar results by generating the similar data. So this is the new concept that banks, organizations are doing to accelerating their growth, because what I started with, every CEO wants a growth, they want a digitalization, and they want efficiency at the same time. So how can you achieve all 3 if you don't follow the latest technology trends? So this is the key business principle that we all, and we at NDC and systems together, we have the capability to do all around and in the core with the Temenos, which is like the leading banking software provider, over 3,000 banks. And you guys know about cost to income ratio, as you guys are bankers. So what I was reading is from the Temenos implementation, the cost to income ratio of the banks that uses Temenos is 26% versus the others are double. So look at what technology and the platform makes a difference. So it's a huge difference that these small selections and investment makes on your future and future growth of the banks. So I will just thank all of you. I just shared briefly that what we think is going to be and the future. And as I said, that we are very committed to have a center of excellence for Temenos in Pakistan, which will be the largest globally that Temenos can recognize in next year or 2, with the robust resources for the local banks, of course, with our engineering capability and with the core banking capability and with the banking sector professionals, we will be able to make a huge difference in this community, and inshallah, I will say we will see the great results. So thank you again. Thanks for coming, and I hope you will have a fruitful day. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure that you must agree that this was an insightful and knowledgeable filled keynote session from Mr. Asif Peer.
Also, with great pride and honor, I announce that Mr. Asif Peer recently received the Presidential Award Sitara Imtiaz for his meritorious contribution to the IT sector. Together, with nation's prosperity at heart, we will continue to work with you, sir, for the betterment of the state and for the Pakistan's banking and IT industry to take it to new heights. Also, taking this opportunity, I would like to thank Ms. Amara for setting the tone and encapsulating the theme of the conference. And may I add, it was a very sincere welcome address. Now, moving on to the next item on the agenda, which is Middle East and Temenos.
Temenos and NDC Tech have had a huge set front in the MEA region, recording first successes nearly 20 years ago. Today, we stand with long record of implementing technology in both the markets.
Banks in the Middle East are embarking on a digital transformation journey to meet needs for the growing consumer base. The focus surrounds seamlessly on migrating their customers from physical channels to digital means of banking. And to add to our ideas on the importance of MEA region to Temenos, I am thrilled to invite to the lectern Mr. Lee Alcorn, Sales Director, Temenos.
Thank you. Hello, good morning everyone. This is amazing. I am so privileged to be here amongst this community. For those who don't know me, my name is Lee Alcorn. I am responsible for all of the existing customers in Temenos across Middle East and Africa. Basically, if you're not yet part of the Temenos family and you choose to invest in Temenos technology, about a year later, you'll get promoted and be responsible with my team. So we'll get to look after you then. So I've got a short presentation today. I'm the first Temenosian you're going to hear from. A short presentation today to talk about how Pakistan and how MEA, Middle East and Africa, is so important to Temenos. And it really, really is. I've been privileged to be in Pakistan many, many, many times over the years. And I've worked in IBM and SAP and now in Temenos. But the investment that we put into this business here is huge. And you'll see the history and what's going on. I just want a big thank you to NDC for organising the event and the sponsors. 11th year this is, 11th year we're doing this. This is very impressive and an incredible setup. I was in awe when I walked in. This is one of the best setups I've seen for an event like this. I also want to, Amara talked about a strategic relationship that we've done with NDC around Model Bank. I'll talk about that in a minute, but that is critical to part of this slide about where Temenos is going. You would have seen Temenos is changing a lot. We're changing people. Many of you, this is the first time I've met. We're changing the technology. You're going to hear a lot about that from John and Shiraz later. We're getting stricter on our processes, and we're investing so much in our partners locally. So you'll see Temenos is transforming a lot, along with the markets and the industries and how we're approaching. But what makes us Temenos? It is only one software code. We develop one software code globally. That's it. We don't have one SaaS version, one on-premise version, one for one deployment, one for another. We have one version of the code, which means that we've got real good insight into how we can progress and build that code over the years. So we develop it anywhere. You will see here, and if you've met me, I talk a lot about upgrading faster, deploying faster. My background is all around cloud and software as a service, and I truly believe we need to get out of this mentality of long upgrade cycles. To do that, we need to invest in the right types of technology, invest in things like Model Bank, so that we can get the core banking software as clean and green as possible so you can move forward. We have customers today that are upgrading, in one example, on a quarterly basis, believe it or not. The tools and the technologies are there to be able to use, but we need to get you on a journey to get there. We are open. We work with anyone and connect to anyone through our open API architectures, in state stability framework. We are a very open platform. So whether you are invest in our digital banking technology with another core banking provider or vice versa, whether you choose to invest in our payments platform as a standalone payments platform, we are very keen to collaborate in this community. We have a relentless focus on innovation. About 20% of our revenues each year are invested into R&D. That's by far and away. We're the largest banking software provider in the world, And we invest more by far than all the other providers put together into this platform. So that's where you'll see from John today and from Shiraz, some of these great leapfrogs in innovation we're going to bring to you here. Now, people locally, this is what's very, very close to my heart. Temenos in Middle East and Africa. Well, firstly, it's an awesome team, so I'm sure you've met many of them here, Adil, Fozan, many of the others. It's a very strong team. We have about 200, 220 across Middle East and Africa. I'll show you some of it in a minute. It's the home of Islamic banking for Temenos. You saw on the slide, on the video from Amara, you saw many, many examples of Islamic banking. It started here in the region. We have very, very large Islamic banking customers, some of the largest in the world, and lots of by quantity as well. We're actively running, just in Middle East and Africa, the part I'm responsible for, about 70 projects concurrently at any given time. More and more, we're having partners lead and develop that. We're a software company. We want to focus on building the software, but we'll always have expertise to support our partners. But we have a lot of ongoing projects going at any one time, upgrades, new implementations, etc. So you can leverage a lot of that innovation from us. And we have a huge breadth of partners. Some of them you got here, obviously NDC and systems, but we have a huge breadth across the region. Can you do the next slide for me? Slides have stopped again. It's a system glitch, always. Always a system glitch. It's not running Temenos, I know that. It wouldn't be a system glitch if it was running Temenos. So the next slide is, I'll talk about it whilst they're bringing it up. If anyone came to London, actually, I'm going to see if you're paying attention to me now. Hands up if you came to London to TCF. Anyone? So, good, there's a lot of hands, and now I know you're paying attention to me, that's good. So, in TCF back in London, we launched our new brand, here we go, and our new logo, Everyone's Banking Platform. This is not just marketing, I promise you, and you're going to see this manifest, or you will be seeing this manifest in technology. But at that point, we launched the brand, we launched the logo. Now, we do want Temenos software to be available to, we just do banking, but we want it to be available to all types of banks, large and small. We have about 30% of the world's population running through our software. I would imagine, I don't know, but it's probably more like 80% in Pakistan of people who are banked that are using Temenos technology. So we really want it to be for everyone, for the largest clients and the smallest. We have, our largest client is actually not even a bank, bizarrely, it's PayPal. So PayPal in America, by volume, are our largest client. I think that's the 24 million accounts. In the territory I look after, we have a huge bank in Ethiopia by volume, that's CBE, running an incredible amount of volume of accounts on the Transact platform. Then we have hundreds of small clients, small microfinances, inclusive banking clients that are running very, very small volumes, and some even smaller than that, like that. So we want the technology to be available to everyone and to scale, and so people can adopt and grow with us. The platform itself, the platform is key. We are building the technology in such a way that you can take components, you can take pieces, and you build on the platform. We're trying to move away from this, a larger piece of software that you have to move and shift over time. So the platform, I'm not going to go too much about it because we've got 2 more sessions later, but the platform concept, which a lot of vendors talk about, but is really, really critical to our strategy. So you can build on this platform as you grow and take what you need versus taking everything all at once. Everything we do is cloud native, cloud agnostic, and open. Everything we do. As I said, that's very important to me. Our SaaS business model, which is we can't yet really provide to many of you here because of the regulation, but it will change. The SaaS business model will take the same software code that you're running today on-premise and deploy that in the cloud, either on our cloud or in yours. So that gives you the ability to move with us as and when you can open up. So it's very, very important that we can do that. We only do banking software, and we are very privileged to have been very successful in core banking, but we do a lot more than that now. And whether you take our digital banking, our multi-funds products, wealth, we get recognized by analysts all over the world regularly as best-of-breed software in all of these verticals. Obviously, I would imagine you know us all very well for T24. By the way, it's not called T24, it's called Transact. But I'm sure you know us from Transact, which is our core banking. We've had accolades for many, many years. But actually now, the vast majority of the revenue that we are doing is in digital banking. So you are investing more money in digital banking than you are in core banking now. So that's where, and that's a product from Temenos called Infinity. You'll hear about that later too. But digital banking is where we're seeing the vast majority of uptake now with Temenos, and that's where we're taking the company. Payments, we have a solution called Temenos Payments Hub, TPH. Of course, existing clients are taking it as part of their Transact upgrades, but actually it's been sold standalone to customers who have no other Temenos technology. So Payments Hub is also recognized as an industry-leading payment solution. On the far right, Wealth, this is the one to watch. At the moment, it's a bit of fledgling business here in region. Elsewhere in the world, for Temenos, it's a much bigger business. But here locally, all the analysts are telling me Wealth is where the next major investments are going to be happening from your businesses in your pockets. So Wealth will be a one to watch for Temenos. Next slide. Thank you. No, that's the previous slide. One after. Is it me? OK, thank you. Oh, no, back one. It's not working. Temenos in Pakistan, it should be. There we go. No. Sorry, guys. It's coming. There we go. It is impressive, this audience. So we have about 18 banks running Temenos technology, but you heard the first. By the way, what I love, I've been here yesterday and today, and I've had 3 different banks tell me they're the first one on Temenos technology, which is awesome. The first one's in the market, which is a lovely statement. I love the competitive nature of it. So we've had our first installation since 2000. 22 years in the region, largely with NDC, running across 16 to 8, I think it's actually 18 banks now in country. And most of you are here, so thank you so much for all coming. It is an incredible community. The fact that there's so many of you means there's so much skill, there's so much resource, which makes it all possible for this to happen. So thank you very, very much. I can't tell you how critical Pakistan is. When I took this role, Pakistan was the first country I came to in this role because we have so many concentration of clients, so much innovation going on here. And I honestly mean this. What goes on here is taken as best practice for Temenos globally. This model bank agreement we have with NDC is a model that we've taken not just out of Pakistan, but across GCC, and that is with NDC. But it's going to be repeated globally. So what started here, Temenos is adopting everywhere else. So it really is. You are the R&D pool for Temenos in many, many ways. So I thank you for that. But NDC have been a massive supporter of this. It could not have been possible without NDC. I'm not just saying that because they're the sponsor of this event and running this event, but the amount of skill that NDC have here in the region is second to none. We have no other example where we're such a strong partner in country and broader. Obviously, NDC are doing great business for us outside of Pakistan, but here locally are very, very strong for us. Now with systems, systems are relatively new to me. And I've only become aware of systems through this largely. But I've already seen the injection by systems into the NDC business and more broadly. Every one of I've spoken to you about systems speaks incredibly highly about systems. So this really does feel like the perfect marriage. And it's going to accelerate the business even further. So it's very exciting. Now, Temenos in the Middle East. So for those of you who got maybe overseas branches, I thought I'd just do 2 slides on the region in general. So we actually started the business in the Middle East in Lebanon back in 1995 from memory. Biblos Bank and NACB were our customers back then. They still are. They are still our customers today. So we've got very long relationships. If you think your contracts are complicated, you should see theirs. There's another level of complication with their contracts. So we started out with Lebanon, so we still have them. We have about 9 clients in Lebanon. If I move around anti-clockwise on this map, Egypt's been a very, very strong market for us. Not quite the same size as Pakistan, but very similar. We have a high concentration of banks in Egypt, a lot of Islamic banking going on there. SCB and Bank Zakir, some of our first banks in that region. I won't talk in detail. You can see we have a good client base in Sudan and Libya. I'm actually meeting a client in Libya on Friday this week. So we have a good base in the Middle East. If I move around to Saudi, we have 13 banks currently in Saudi Arabia, including the 2 largest ones. Very, very privileged. We had our first Islamic banking implementation, Bank Al-Balad. Can't remember when, a long time ago. And they stay with us. In fact, they're actually expanding with a new digital bank that they are launching with us. So we have, again, we're very lucky to have very, very loyal clients over a long period of time. UAE is the headquarters. That's where I'm based. So we have a large office there, a large team there. The management team are there. We've been there for quite a long time. And of course, because there's so many people there, you'd expect we're quite dominant in the UAE from a banking perspective. So again, the majority of the banks in the UAE are very fortunate to be with us. Furthermore, we have Fab, which is one of our largest clients globally, is running on us end-to-end in that way. And then, of course, here, we have and I've talked about that in the last slide, but we have and you can see on this slide, I think the numbers over the top, but our largest concentration of clients in any country is here. So we have more clients here than any other country, which we're very proud. Just very briefly, just over to Africa, many of you have operations that go that far too. We have a huge footprint across Africa. It actually blew my mind when I joined Temenos a few years ago from SAP. I was surprised about how many clients we have in places like Congo, Rwanda, Ghana. Nearly all the banks in Ghana run Temenos technology. So we're very lucky to have a very, very broad footprint of clients across the continent. But 2 things I want to pick out here is South Africa in particular, we're seeing a huge uptake of software as a service. Temenos leverages Azure and AWS to deploy our SaaS. They have, obviously, data centers in South Africa. Regulation is very supportive of cloud. And so we're seeing huge, really big deployments of software as a service in those countries. Spend time to look at it, because it will come here soon. So Standard Bank, all of their corporate banking is running, digital corporate banking is now running with us, for example. First Rand are deploying not on our SaaS, but on their cloud on AWS. So cloud is not just some niche solution for some low complex piece of software. We're running end-to-end with these clients. One good example that was not on the slide is Barco, a good example of how we've grown with the client. A microfinancer that got a mutual banking license and then a retail banking license we've moved with them, and they've gone full SaaS, end-to-end, front to back, and they've been with us for many, many years now. So spend some time looking at the SaaS platform. And then my very last slide is a logo slide. You're probably looking for your logo up there. I think many of you are on there. We have about 3,000 clients globally, but about 330 in MEA. We're present in 150 countries globally, and we've got clients in about 50 of the 72 countries in MEA. So MEA is so critical to the success of Temenos, and that is why we invest so much time and so much energy here. So if your name is not on this slide, because you're not part of the family yet, I urge you to come join us, come meet the team, come spend some time with us. With that, please make the best of the sessions, and thank you all for coming. Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts, Mr. Lee, on the subject. We will continue to support our clients and give them the ability to get enhanced value from our expanding functional footprint.
Long-standing friends. Temenos and NDC Tech are already large actors in that space, but our aim is to be even more relevant providers. The next item on the agenda is composable banking. Members of the audience, the road to success in the future of banking involves a number of potential paths, whether it's banking as a platform, as a service, or any other option. Whatever strategy that you go with, the technology platform required to power these new business models must have some common characteristics. They must be composable.
New developments in cloud computing are helping banks explore new technologies without big commitments, so they can pivot quickly to something else if and when need to. And this is what we call composable banking services.
In this new normal, customers and competitors are required to move fast. Can you innovate in hours and deliver value in days? Ladies and gentlemen, to extend this conversation forward, let me introduce you all to the man responsible for the direction of Temenos products upholding the company strategy, Mr. John Schlesinger.
Thanks. It's a great privilege for me to be here, and I think this is the 4th year in a row I've spoken at this conference. Now, I understand not all of you will have been to all 4, but because it's the Bank of the Future Forum, what I said in 2018, the first time I presented, is now, that future has now come. So I'm going to go back over a few of the things I said in previous times here. So just to remind you, my name is John Schlesinger. My title is Chief Enterprise Architect, and I'm responsible for making sure that the products that we develop in our product organization fit in with the landscapes, the IT landscapes of the banks. And that means from the smallest bank, the one with 1,000 customers, to the largest bank, ones with 24 million accounts. So that's a huge range. And what I'm going to talk about, the story I'm going to tell, is first of all about value chain banking, how we're moving from monolithic banks to banks that engage in a value chain. And a value chain that not only includes banks, but also non-banks. And I think we've seen that with Buy Now, Pay Later, which Shiraz will talk about later. In order to become a composable bank, the technology that supports you has to first of all decompose itself. So we have to take that monolith and decompose it. And then once it's broken down into modules and services, we then have to recompose it so that it becomes composable. So I'll talk about decomposing the monolith and recomposing the services. But that's not enough to be a composable banking platform, or indeed to be a composable bank. You also have to be able to connect to the outside world. That's the composition part. So the final part, after you've decomposed the monolith and recomposed it as a set of services, is to then connect it to the rest of the world. Oops. So this is about how we in Temenos are addressing composable banking. I'll just say a word about one other thing, which is the Banking Industry Architecture Network, BIAN. So BIAN is the only network of banking architects. It's been running for 15 years now, and I'm the chairman of the Architecture Foundation and Framework Working Group in BIAN. And since the end of 2019, Gartner, BIAN, and Temenos have been working on this concept of composable banking based on APIs for the mashups and events for the composition. So, and if any of you want to join BIAN, be delighted. You can talk to me afterwards. But you can go to the BIAN website, bian.org, and there's lots of free material, open source material there. So first of all, I'm going to talk about value chain banking, and I'm going to decompose the value chain into 3 parts. The channels part, which is where you do your digitalization. The manufacturing part, which is where you create the products that you, and services that you sell. And I'm going to put in the middle a new thing, which is the distribution layer. And it's the distribution layer that makes it into value chain banking. So in the history of banking for the last 45 years, we've connected the channel directly to the core, right? That's monolithic banking, where the only way you can get to the banking service as a customer is through the bank's own channels. When you put that distribution layer in place, it changes everything. Now, we can create a network of distribution layers talking to manufacturing layers, both within the bank, if you're multi-geography, and between banks within the region, and indeed globally. And that's the role of the distribution layer. So the channels, your web apps and your mobile apps, talk to the distribution layer through APIs. That's where the APIs have their role. The distribution layer, in turn, is wired into the manufacturing layer through events, B2B interfaces. So that's where events have their role, right? If you try and wire your Infinity services to your manufacturing services, your distribution to manufacturing using APIs, it will work, but it won't scale, right? For example, if I have an ATM on the left, and the ATM is wired into a device handler like ACI's Base24, which is 60% of the world market for ATMs. When the device handler talks to the bank to authorize funds, it uses two one-way messages. It uses an event. If it did that with an API, it would work, but you would need an ATM device handler with 8 times the number of processors. So if you want to grow and be efficient, as Asif said earlier, you need to wire your distribution to manufacturing using events. And of course, this architecture is open, so we can have third-party applications talking to your distribution talking to third-party manufacturing, and third-party distribution talking to your manufacturing. I'll say more about that later. This very simple but very important architecture is what gives you a future-proof. What makes you future-proof as a bank, right? You need to build that distribution layer to future-proof your bank. And it's the reason why, over the last 5 years, you've seen us rebrand. So the first year I spoke at this conference, 2018, was the year when we rebranded T24 to T24 Transact. And the reason for that was that T24 was itself monolithic. It had its own user interfaces, it did its own distribution, right? And it was also doing manufacturing. And in fact, this is what we mean by core banking platform. It's something that does all three in one monolithic piece of software. So when we introduced T24 into the market, originally in 1985 as electronic banking systems, it was in competition with branch accounting systems that had been in place for 25 years. And this was a front-to-back and eventually real-time banking system to compete with those branch accounting systems. And we still see them running in the large banks in Europe and America, and they've been obsolete for 40 years, right? So, and then of course they're not real-time, and they don't keep record of product and customer, just account and account holder. So T24 and its predecessor, Globus, was a major new architectural step forward. But by 2018, we needed to make it headless. So we acquired Coney, rebranded it as Infinity, and rebranded T24 as T24 Transact. So you can see that's the first step. And in fact, I presented this when I came here in 2018. And then we rebranded again just before the pandemic. Whoops. And T24 became Transact. Transact is focused on manufacturing. And we introduced that distribution layer between the Infinity apps and the Transact services, which is the effectively the front office of the value chain. So this is why we rebranded. We rebranded to support that value chain architecture. Right? And I think we're the only ones to have done that. Right, so that's the big picture, which is we've moved into a value chain architecture. If you can like, that's the left to right decomposition. Now let's do the value chain decomposition as well, decomposing the monolith. So this is our standard anchor diagram, and it's based on the BIAN value chain model. So on the left, we have channels, then customer engagement, which is the front office of the value chain, and then products, which is the manufacturing part of the value chain, and then operations, which is the back office part. So that's channels in my diagram, that's distribution from my diagram, and that's manufacturing. Right, just to make it clear. And then when we took Transact back to do manufacturing, it's doing the product part. But it's not doing the customer engagement, the distribution part. That we're implementing in our new microservice framework. So we're implementing these capabilities in a set of underlying services written in a new framework. Right? The product and back office part is still implemented in Transact, but we're making it so that each of these capabilities is a separate module, and the modules can run either standalone or embedded. Right? The reason for the decomposition was not primarily for composable banking. We started this work 10 years ago because it's necessary for maintainability. If you're going to run a banking service on the cloud for 3,000 banks, you can't do monolithic upgrades. You have to be able to implement each upgrade on a service-by-service basis. Right, so that's primarily the reason we started doing this 10 years ago. However, it's also necessary for composable banking. Right? If somebody just wants to buy collateral and add it to what they've got, you've got to have a collateral module that can run standalone. So that's the decomposition of the monolith. We have a roadmap for each of these capabilities being provided as a separate module or an embedded module. And we started this year with the separation of loans, accounts, deposits, and payments. They're already separated. Now, how do we recompose the services? This is the diagram I've shown before. We start off with the bank apps and the third-party apps. They talk to distribution services and reporting and analytics services. The manufacturing services are behind. The way we talk from the distribution layer to the manufacturing layer is through those events. And then the way we get in near real time to update or put inserts into reporting analytics services is by turning those events into data events. So for example, if you transfer funds, either as a payment or as a transfer between accounts, that ends up being 4 data events because it's an insert of a new transaction on the payer, an insert of a new transaction on the payee, a new balance for the payer, and a new balance for the payee. So this is the central architecture. Connected to the outside world, we can connect data events to related parties through data services, either data collection services or data distribution services. That's an essential part of composable banking. So for example, anything we put into the bank is going to need to talk to the bank's risk systems, the bank's marketing systems, the bank's data warehouses, the bank's archiving systems, at least. So that's 4 data distribution services we need to implement. It's also going to need to probably integrate with your party service as a data collection service, and we always need market and reference data, 2 more data collection services. If you have if you're already using a product catalog, we'll need that as a data collection service. So there's always a whole bunch of related parties on the data side. And on the fulfillment service side, on the record keeping side, there's also a set that we'll need to add. So for example, even if you take everything from us, right, we don't do cards. So you're going to have to talk to your card management and processing service as a related party. A related party in the front office, because every time you create a card, stop a card, start a card, or stop or destroy a card, you're going to need to talk to a front office service. And every time your customers use the card, they'll need to come through to a funds authorization service in Temenos. So those are examples of related parties on the event side. And this is how we compose the monolith. Just to remind you, business events are how you go from distribution to manufacturing. Data events are how you go from change occurring in your record-keeping systems to near real-time inserts into all of your reporting and analytics systems. Right? So you need 2 data models, effectively, a data model for record-keeping and a data model for reporting. Then when you provide service to somebody else's apps, which is what Buy Now, Pay Later is all about, you need to provide experience APIs. And when you provide service to your own apps, you'll need to push through your enterprise apps, APIs. Just a word about that. The difference between the enterprise API and the experience API is where the process is. If the process is in the app, you're using enterprise APIs. If the process is behind the app, you're using an enterprise app. Right? So Buy Now, Pay Later uses very simple APIs where the Buy Now, Pay Later application writer, who's typically somebody working for a merchant, not working for a bank, just says to the bank, do the process. Come back to me when the process is done. If you have a banking app that does a loan, it's going to go through 20 steps to get that loan provisioned. So the process is in the app when it's your app, and the process is behind the app when it's somebody else's app talking to you. So the important thing about this composition, how we compose the services and how we connect them to the outside world, is that it's event-driven. Right? The whole thing is event-driven. If it's not event-driven, it's very difficult to compose. I would say impossible to compose. And by the way, the events are inherently real-time. The only place you do bulk is when you talk through those data services and fulfillment services to the rest of the world. That's a class of service you offer when you do the data collection, data distribution, or the talking to related parties. So, for example, if you're using third-party manufacturing for servicing some of your customers, typically today the origination of those services will not be real-time, unless they're using Temenos, of course. In which case you need to have a bulk fulfillment service for shipping over all the originations you've done during the day so that they can be serviced the following day. Eventually, everything goes real-time, and that class of service goes from bulk to real-time. So just a word about the connecting to the world and the event-driven architecture. I remember I mentioned that we use a microservice framework for the distribution services, and we're using the Temenos Transact infrastructure for all of the modules. And then we have some kind of pub-sub messaging between the two. Now, just a word about pub-sub. Pub-sub works because this is a homogeneous architecture. In other words, all of our services know what all the other services do, and they understand the data model, the two data models, data model of events and data model of data events. So we can use pub-sub because we can guarantee that we can dedupe any message, and we can guarantee that we can turn any message into a local command. You cannot make those assumptions when you compose. Within our architecture, you can make that assumption, but when we compose, we can't. So when we compose, we have to use transactional messaging to guarantee once and once only delivery of messages that carry money. But within the architecture, we can take this shortcut of using pub-sub. So I can send events from inbox to outbox, from outbox to inbox, either between microservices, between modules, or from a microservice to a module, or from a module to a microservice. Right? And I can turn events into data events using an ingester. Now, in this architecture, the new inbox and outbox in Transact can also does the data events. The next thing we need to do is orchestration, and orchestration sends events that are actual commands from one service to another. So I mentioned before, a device handler sends a funds authorization request to a bank. That's an orchestration. It's not sending a message saying, I just recorded a customer asking for money. It actually says, I want you to do a funds authorization. So it sends a command. It doesn't send an event. It's turned what happened in the device handler into what it needs to happen in the bank account. So I hope you see the difference. When I send events, the event is, this just happened, whoever's interested, deal with it. So all the listeners have to turn it into a command. When it's orchestration, it's turned into a command in the orchestration. So for example, when you do a payment, the payment order is received by the payment order capability. It says, I just took a payment order. That goes to an orchestration. The orchestration turns it into check fraud, authorize funds, do the credit transfer, update the positions when the credit transfer is complete, and then return to say, I did your payment order. And now we connect this event-driven architecture to the rest of the world using the fulfillment services and the data services, talking to those related parties. So this is the composable event-driven architecture. Right? Now what I'm going to add in is how we did the integration in the past before we did composable banking. And we did that using inflow and outflow in Transact. We had delivery for payments. That was like a fulfillment service for payments. And we had data event streaming for data events. And they talked directly to related parties, and that was direct product integration. The key to composable banking is to move the integration out of the products and to the platform. So those fulfillment and data services at the bottom are the replacement in a composable banking architecture for those legacy integrations when we did integration at the product level. So it doesn't matter which product you buy from Temenos, whether it's Transact, Infinity, Multifonds, AAA Plus, Wealth Front Office, or Financial Crime Mitigation. Whichever product you buy, the architecture on the left is the way we're going to do the composition. and the way we are currently doing the composition. Also, if you go to Temenos Exchange and look at all of the fintechs there that we partner with, they are all now using this pattern for doing the composition. Finally, if you go to Temenos Banking Cloud and do self-service provisioning of Temenos services on the Temenos Banking Cloud, we will ask you some configuration questions, say for the lending service, or the account service, or the deposit service, or the payment service. We'll ask you some configuration questions, but then we will also ask you a bunch of composition questions. So if you're taking the lending service, we'll ask you a bunch of composition questions, and I'll show you what some of them are in a minute. But this event-driven architecture is optimized for this modern banking. So an example of a composable banking service is lending, and Shiraz is going to talk more about that when he talks about the banking buy now, pay later service. So we have lending, and lending is a manufacturing service, right? So it offers retail, SME, and corporate lending. We have to provide tax with it. It's not separable. And we have lending reporting. We compose this with the rest of the world using the event-driven architecture for both data events and business events, as you saw in the previous slide. Now, here are the composition questions, right? When you create a lending service, you're going to have to connect to a payment service for disbursement of the and possible servicing operations on the loan. So we need to ask you what payment service you're going to use. You may not use our limit service. You may decide to use one you already have, so we'll ask you what limit service you want to use. Because this is a manufacturing service, we'll need to ask you what origination service you're going to use, right? And also, when the holder of the loan wants to do some operations on that, they're going to use some servicing capability, so we'll need to ask you what servicing capability you're going to use. In each case, we'll say, do you want to use the Temenos capability, in which case we'll compose it for you, or do you want to use one of our partners that we've already done, in which case we'll deploy the partner composition, or we'll say, do you want to write a new composition capability? We'll then deploy an adapter for you to have your system integrator, NDC tech, I hope, to complete that composition. Or finally, we can say, do you want to use an ISO message, an ISO 20022 message, in which case we'll deploy an adapter that just speaks the ISO messages, and you can do the integration at the other end. The same goes for the data side. We'll ask you whether obviously you have to eventually send the lending transactions to your accounting for your general ledger. So we'll ask you what general ledger integration do you want to do, and we'll create an adapter for that. You're obviously going to have to talk to analytics, either ours or somebody else's, so we'll ask you about that. You need to monitor this service for remediation, and you may be using a system like Pega for the remediation, in which case we'll ask you where do you want us to send the events for the remediation service, the data for them. You may be using your own product catalog, so when we create a new product in lending, we'll need to tell the product catalog. And on the data collection side, we always need a market and reference data feed, and we may also, if you're not using our party data, our party service, we'll need a party data feed. So these are the recomposed services at the top. Remember, we decomposed and then recomposed, and then this is how we connect to the rest of the world. And this is composable banking in action, and you'll see more when Shiraz presents later on. Oh. So things are changing. We're moving into a world of value chain banking, where the distributor may be different from the manufacturer, and where it may not be a banking app asking for the service, but it may be a merchant asking for buy now, pay later. And what this is an example of in the world of digital banking is where the bank comes to the transaction instead of the transaction coming to the bank. In the past, if I wanted to get a bank loan to buy an expensive hi-fi, I would go to the bank, get the loan, and then take that loan to the hi-fi shop to buy the hi-fi. Now, with buy now, pay later, the bank comes to the transaction, and I can do the transaction in the hi-fi shop. So thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the conference, and please, if you have any questions, I'll be around. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. John, for an informative session. Now, organizational roles, location, and lack of technical skills are no longer significant challenges to transformation in banking, as we must see.
Temenos, as we heard from Mr. John during his insightful session, offers composable banking services architecture aligned to a common standard, providing the functionally rich banking capabilities your bank requires. Ladies and gentlemen, success stories and recognitions are a testament of our capabilities. This year, we were recognized by Everest Group as a major contender in Temenos IT Services Peak Matrix 2022, and 2021, we were recognized at the Banking Tech Awards by FinTech Futures for Tech Team Award of the Year.
Our customer success stories on Temenos implementation and wins have been published by various analysts, such as IBS Intelligence, FinTech Futures, Finastra, and many others.
When it comes to creating solutions for challenges our customers face, our USP is unmatched services and our in-depth knowledge of the Temenos product suitcase. We thought the best way to engage with you in a meaningful manner while building credibility and trust will be by telling you a value-based story.
On that note, ladies and gentlemen, now let us take a glimpse of the customer success stories of host of the Bank of Future Forum.
It gives me great pleasure to talk to you about Bank of Punjab's digital transformation journey, and especially about achieving the incredible milestone of fastest Temenos Infinity implementation in Pakistan, Middle East, and Africa region. We are on course for reimagining the roles of digital and technology, building collaborations within world-class business and IT partners like Temenos and NDC Tech, applying agile practices and developing continuous enhancements in our digital financial services portfolio. As you know, while jotting down a robust digital strategy is key, executing it with excellence and speed is paramount for its success. That's why I was very keen on onboarding a very capable and diverse digital team at BOP and select, innovate and committed partners who together could execute this key business priority. This will accelerate BOP's digital banking experience with cutting-edge internet banking and enhanced mobile app, transforming our customer experience with a 360-degree shift. I would like to congratulate the BOP, the NDC Tech, and the Temenos teams for their excellent achievement and look forward to many more successful collaborations in future.
UBank is delighted to partner with NDC Tech to implement Temenos next generation core and digital banking platform. It will enable us to accelerate digitization and promote financial inclusion in Pakistan. It is in line with our vision to become Pakistan's leading microfinance bank and provide a modern banking platform to all our clients.
Very happy to signing up with NDC Tech for the Infinity Digital Platform. This is an important piece in a digital infrastructure We already have a relationship with NDC through the core banking we acquired 3 years ago. And this will not only complete our digital infrastructure, but put Kushali at the cutting edge of technology. And we would leverage this to reach out to our clients and our community across Pakistan and give them an experience which they're comfortable with.
Well, Temenos platform doesn't need any introduction because one of the world's largest and I think the best platforms when it comes to digital banking. But on the customer experiences as well as on our strategy, how this platform will help us achieve those ambitions that we have set for ourselves. So that appreciation of whether it's the financial model, whether it's the customer journey, it all came very well together for us in a very succinct, simple manner. So looking forward to the exciting journey ahead with both Temenos and NDC Tech.
Hello, my name is Karamdulaga. I am the Chief Information Officer for Telenor Microfinance Bank. We started our digitalization and transformation journey about a year ago, and it's been a great experience to have a partner like NDC to pave the way for the implementation, which has been done in a record time and very seamlessly, and it was an excellent experience to work with them. With this transformation and coming on to T24 now with the help of NDC, we look forward to a lot of processes being automated, digitized, coming on to very digital onboarding methodologies for our clients, and look forward to a great future with innovation and paving the way forward.
JS Bank is one of the leading commercial banks in Pakistan, offering a comprehensive suite of products across digital, retail, SME, and corporate sectors. We have a vision to be the most innovative, responsible, and most importantly, customer-centric bank in the country. We have been using the Temenos core banking system for nearly a decade now and have a long-standing relationship with NDC Tech. Having an up-to-date core banking system is essential to meet the evolving needs of the customer. The shift from a legacy system to a more modernized version is fundamental to offering our products faster, better, and in a digitally efficient manner. We are delighted to have successfully completed the upgrade of our core banking system to rebuild our technology platform and support our growth objectives. Having NDC Tech as an implementation partner for this landmark project with their solid and proven expertise really helped us to upgrade the system on time and with minimal risk.
Wow, if all of that can be encapsulated in the past, I cannot wait to imagine what the future has in store for us. Now, with that in place, it's time for our first sponsor session. Members of the audience, as consumers embrace the convenience of mobile banking at digital financial institutions, it has become a difficult challenge to combat cybersecurity threats while complying with regulatory data protection mandates.
Pakistan has seen such big increased usage of smartphone, but the banking industry is lagging because of the lack of mutual trust. The market is ready, the tools are available. All banks need is certainty that its consumer personal information is safe.
Join our platinum sponsor HID Global for this short session to hear about the key market trends and what banks and financial services providers have to do to boost the mobile channels while preventing fraud and manage risk.
Ladies and gentlemen, with a huge round of applause, please help me welcome on stage Mr. Caroli, Sales Director, Emerging Markets and APAC, HID Global.
Good morning. It's great to be back in Karachi again, face-to-face on an event. I personally hated all those online events. There was online coffee break, and it's an absolutely different experience. Oh, okay. Let's see if it works. Okay, so let's assume I have some slides on my back. Can somebody help me to roll it? Okay. Let's assume we have the slides. I think we can talk about the topic.
It works better if it's
Okay. Thank you. I'm learning. It works better from this side. So let me try to walk here. Guys, is it working? Okay, good. So until the slides will go on, let me open the problematic I want to talk about. We are talking about implementations of digital channels. Digital banking is booming. Every bank is focusing more and more on the digital channels. And whenever I'm coming to a discussion with a bank, being in the implementation or being after implementation of a digital channel, I'm a guy coming from the security business. And I'm asking usually two questions. First is, okay, how is your customer population growing? That's great. And we can talk about big banks, few millions of customers, a bit smaller banks, hundreds of thousands of customers. So everybody's coming with a smile on the face. Then is coming the next question is, how is your digital population growing? And this is when the smile is changing a little bit. They're saying, we have amazing digital channels. We have amazing digital services. Okay, but how does it look like in your digital population? How much is it in percentage? Don't tell me exact numbers to your retail customers. And they will sell much, much, much lower penetration than it's expected. And the question is, why? And I strongly believe there is a problem somewhere on the bank, and this is not really connected to the beautiful service provided. It's somewhere else. We have learned from different solutions on the market running on those smartphones, and I'm talking about social, etc., Google, Facebook, WeChat, that there is a demanding problem, and this is the security, how it works, and it's not else. However, I'm getting different answers. One is, we don't have enough smartphones. I'm a guy who likes to Google. I was just going into the statistics a few days back. Today, quarter of Pakistan has already a smartphone. I'm quite sure if we will match the population in the banking with the owner of the smartphones, you will see a big match. So we will see that most of our customers or future customers have a smartphone. They are still not using it. Then is another customer, I would say, excuse usually coming. The smartphones are expensive. They are out $30. And if I'm not wrong, there are already 2 smartphones produced locally in Pakistan. Pakistan is entering to the smartphone market. So what we are realizing, what is the main problem of the whole topic is something what is the base of the whole banking, and this is the trust. Lack of the trust in this technology. Why? If you will ask a customer what he knows about fraud, about phishing, wheeling, and many other different attacks, all of the customers will tell you, we know a lot. Everybody is hearing about that. It's a discussion from day to day. It's in the news. And there is a lacking point between using a service and trusting in the service on a remote, I would say, abandoned space like a mobile. If a customer is entering your branch, it's easy. He has the trust of the building, the place, the logo, the branch, the equipment, and it is helping to build a foundation for it. If he's on his mobile phone, all what he can see is a mobile app and his smartphone and the news on the other channel what he's browsing to. So how can we boost this trust in this channel? How can we boost the trust to be better used on the smartphone in case of a digital bank, of a digital channel? I will see the first one, service, is already managed. Most of you are using Infinity. What's a great service on the digital channel? Service is done. Customer experience connected to the channel is great. We are having the third and the connection to the second topic. This is the security. There are issues how the security, or I would say the experience of security, together with the security, is managed in the banking. And the demand of the customer population is a user-friendly, but on the other hand, very secure way of providing this security on different levels. And I don't want to go into a solution promotion in this short pitch. I just want to highlight a few problems. One is what I see on the market. And before going to that, there are two ways of taking the topic. I would say Europe has a very easy path because the regulation is managed centrally. So you like it or not, technically all European countries are following PSD2 because they have to. When we see our region, Middle East, the regulation is depending from country to country. When we see banking groups, also originated from Pakistan, working in many countries, they have to match to local regulations. And the regulations somehow are stronger, somehow weaker, and it's not easy to challenge. So let me bypass 3 short messages, what I think can help you in the future. First is, please drop SMS. SMS is nice to order a pizza, but to secure a customer, I will say, is a form of social suicide. You need to have something what is better and more convenient for a customer. You need to see around your mobile app. Today, everybody has invested a lot to have a presence on the mobile. And you are not focusing on the same presence to protect your environment. There are different tools to be provided into that same channel. Third one, today, when I ask anybody, and it will be interesting even to ask in this room, what do you think about fraud management? And what do you think about risk management? Let me use a very simple evaluation method. And I'm not a banker, however, working in the space roughly 15 years. How I define fraud management is very important post-mortem activity to understand what happened, learn from it, minimize the damage, and move further to close the loop. However, what we have as a possibility on digital channels to mitigate risks, to understand what's happening with the customer, what's happening around the customer. And actually, this is what we are doing as HID. I don't know who knows us. I met with few of you on different meetings. Let me just use a 30 seconds intro just to understand. We are a company, roughly 4,000 people, headquartered in Austin, around the world, and running in this digital space roughly 25 years. However, if you want to find us really in the world, you have to find us as a part of a little bit bigger entity, the Assa Abloy Group, who is more focused on the offline, classical way of access, not in the digital space, with a little bit bigger, I would say, revenues and achievements. Roughly this 9 billion last year is showing us that the group has a solid foundation. I will be more than happy to talk to each of you how your digital channel can be boosted, can be more used by your customers in the future, just extending it with few additional digital secure steps. And this starts from a secure identity verification, risk management, authentication in a branch, on the digital channels, all of them cross-connected with the Temenos platform, with a very easy integration. Going through different risk analysis, through the whole customer journey, from the login, through the navigation, through all his activities. Going with a very firmly biometric authentication on all the channels, all the time focusing on the mobile, and having it with a very quick, very easy integration into your platform without a long time work. So I will be more than happy, who is interested to discuss a topic, meet me on the HID booth for a shorter discussion and chat, and let's see it more in details. Thank you very much. If you have questions, I'm more than happy to answer them on our booth. Thanks a lot.
HID Global, everyone, a worldwide leader in trusted identity solutions, solving authentication challenges across the globe as part of their digital transformations. Now with that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to an end to the first half of the first part of the day's proceedings. We would like to extend our invitations to the members of the audience for coffee and tea break.
Sincerely requesting everyone in the audience to be back within 5 to 10 minutes so that we can resume the session on time.
Thank you.
Real-time payments have been called everything from innovative to disruptive to revolutionary. Now a new report quantifies real-time's impact, illustrating the link between skyrocketing volumes of real-time payments and increased economic output. The 2022 Prime Time for Real-Time report from ACI Worldwide reveals that in just 5 years, real-time payments will account for a quarter of all electronic payments globally. And those real-time payments will facilitate more than $170 billion in GDP.
Economic growth is improved by the ability to move money faster. By being able to move money faster, corporations and consumers can get that money and they can reuse it instantly themselves.
While emerging markets like Thailand and India are taking the lead in real time,
modernizing how they work with their consumers.
modernization represents an opportunity and also a challenge. Banks will need time to plan and execute, while consumers are always looking for the next big thing in payments, and they'll adopt what's new with the tap of a finger.
If I don't see those payment products offered by my financial institution, I'm probably going to move my payment outside of the banking rails. So unless a financial institution engages with real time and actively offers those products, they can absolutely expect to see their customers going elsewhere.
The good news is the time is right to leverage real-time payment rails to reinvent mission-critical payment systems. The institutions that make real-time a priority will be at the forefront of payments innovation for decades to come.
What does the start of a new day mean to you? For us, it's another chance to do things differently. To challenge, to innovate, to spark change. At Temenos, we believe that banking at its very best has the power to make a real impact. And that belief is fueled by the passion we share with our clients and partners to make banking better together. By supporting banks as they innovate and expand efficiently and sustainably. By providing fintechs with a platform to develop groundbreaking banking solutions. By shaping the future of finance together with our vibrant partner ecosystem. And by using technology to drive down banking's carbon footprint. In doing all this, we impact the lives of over 1.2 billion people who rely on Temenos. Powering a world of banking that creates opportunities for everyone. And that's what makes us Temenos. Everyone's banking platform.
Real-time payments have been called everything from innovative to disruptive to revolutionary. Now a new report quantifies real-time's impact, illustrating the link between skyrocketing volumes of real-time payments and increased economic output. The 2022 Prime Time for Real-Time report from ACI Worldwide reveals that in just 5 years, real-time payments will account for a quarter of all electronic payments globally. And those real-time payments will facilitate more than $170 billion in GDP.
Economic growth is improved by the ability to move money faster. By being able to move money faster, corporations and consumers can get that money and they can reuse it instantly themselves.
While emerging markets like Thailand and India are taking the lead in real time, there's no mistaking that this powerful trend is global.
The business case for engaging in real-time payments is about staying in business. Financial institutions should see the real-time opportunity and engage on it as a way of modernizing how they work with their consumers.
Modernization represents an opportunity and also a challenge. Banks will need time to plan and execute, while consumers are always looking for the next big thing in payments, and they'll adopt what's new with the tap of a finger.
If I don't see those payment products offered by my financial institution, I'm probably going to move my payment outside of the banking rails. So unless a financial institution engages with real time and actively offers those products, they can absolutely expect to see their customers going elsewhere.
The good news is the time is right to leverage real-time payment rails to reinvent mission-critical payment systems. The institutions that make real-time a priority will be at the forefront of payments innovation for decades to come.
What does the start of a new day mean to you? For us, it's another chance to do things differently. To challenge, to innovate, to spark change. At Temenos, we believe that banking at its very best has the power to make a real impact. And that belief is fueled by the passion we share with our clients and partners to make banking better together. By supporting banks as they innovate and expand efficiently and sustainably. By providing fintechs with a platform to develop groundbreaking banking solutions. By shaping the future of finance together with our vibrant partner ecosystem. And by using technology to drive down banking's carbon footprint. In doing all this, we impact the lives of over 1.2 billion people who rely on Temenos. Powering a world of banking that creates opportunities for everyone. And that's what makes us Temenos. Everyone's banking platform.
Real-time payments have been called everything from innovative to disruptive to revolutionary. Now a new report quantifies real-time's impact, illustrating the link between skyrocketing volumes of real-time payments and increased economic output. The 2022 Prime Time for Real-Time report from ACI Worldwide reveals that in just 5 years, real-time payments will account for a quarter of all electronic payments globally. And those real-time payments will facilitate more than $170 billion in GDP.
Economic growth is improved by the ability to move money faster. By being able to move money faster, corporations and consumers can get that money and they can reuse it instantly themselves.
While emerging markets like Thailand and India are taking the lead in real time, there's no mistaking that this powerful trend is global.
The business case for engaging in real-time payments is about staying in business. Financial institutions should see the real-time opportunity and engage on it as a way of modernizing how they work with their consumers.
Modernization represents an opportunity and also a challenge. Banks will need time to plan and execute, while consumers are always looking for the next big thing in payments, and they'll adopt what's new with the tap of a finger.
If I don't see those payment products offered by my financial institution, I'm probably going to move my payment outside of the banking rails. So unless a financial institution engages with real time and actively offers those products, they can absolutely expect to see their customers going elsewhere.
The good news is the time is right to leverage real-time payment rails to reinvent mission-critical payment systems. The institutions that make real-time a priority will be at the forefront of payments innovation for decades to come.
Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, if I can kindly request you to join us back for the remainder of the session. Yeah. It's a humble reminder if you can make your way back as soon as possible as we're slightly behind schedule. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are soon going to resume the session. Please be seated. तुम क्लैप
Ladies and gentlemen, we're running behind schedule. We would appreciate if you can kindly make your way to the seats front of the stage. से बुलाएं वापस? डिफरेंट तरीके के होते हैं बुलाने के, मन तो करो। Members of the audience, we would appreciate your cooperation in this regard, as we have a lot ahead of us in terms of the insightful and the informative sessions that we have to deliver. Think of it in such a manner that you sessions. Now go ahead. Be me.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would request you all to be please seated. We are a little tight of the schedule.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. There is something really so amazing in the atmosphere today, and the reason is that each and every one of you makes it so much that special.
Now, before we go any further, I want you all to give yourself a big round of applause, because none of this would have been possible without your presence. Everybody put your hands together.
That is the level of energy we require throughout the remainder of the day. I hope you all are fresh and geared up to activate your grey cells once again. We have an informative line packed up with experts and dignitaries who will be sharing the knowledge and experience for this drilling technology.
Let us give you a brief overview of the importance of showcasing these capabilities.
Next up, we have the demo session introducing two of the most prominent and recent Temenos offerings: Infinity Onboarding Origination Servicing and Temenos Buy Now Pay Later. Now, as we all know, the onboarding experience is the first interaction for the potential customer, which he or she will be having with your business while opening an account. Customers will abandon the process if they find the account opening process to be overwhelming. Temenos Onboarding Origination and Servicing allows banks to turn prospects into customers by creating seamless and hyper-personalized digital experiences across customer life cycles.
The platform is secure and legal. More so, it has the experience and knowledge to partner with your business needs to ensure compliance and build the wow factor.
Moving on to the other concept is, I'm sure that no one in the audience is alien to, which is of Buy Now Pay Later. The Buy Now Pay Later market is now growing at a staggering rate, with purchases set to grow at an average of 86% annually until 2026.
Customers expect seamless and frictionless digital experience, and this will only increase as embedded finance gains further traction.
Now to take you through these amazing concepts, please join me by inviting on stage the man responsible for driving these technological and research-based developments, Principal BSG Consultant of Temenos, Mr. Shiraz Junejo.
Assalamu alaikum. I hope you can hear me loud and clear. Please laptop mera switch kar dein. Okay, good. So welcome. Thank you very much. I hope coffee was good and you're awakened again. And my presentation and demo will be scrutinized much more, in depth, in the in-depth manner now. So I think I'm not going to take too much time. I've been asked, like, we are already running late. So I'll just straight away start. And my topic today is actually what does digital means and how it impacts your customers at the end, right? So what digital means is that when you actually go digital, there is one thing you lose from the customer, and that what you lose is the face time, right? So you don't see them anymore, or you are digital, you're servicing all these aspects on a mobile device or an internet browser. Hence, you don't have that feel, right? And the most important part in that particular sense of not being in front of you, what you need to do is you need to provide and have the capability to acquire these customers digitally, safely, and fast, right? And digital acquisition of the customer is the most important part to grow the business of the banks and the fintechs, right, around. So it's actually applicable for both the types of the sector we are discussing, right? So it's the digital sales, the acquisitions, and of course, because you're doing sell at the same time, you need to make sure that you are available at all the time, which means the architecture which John talks about in the morning, that it's available and scalable, hyper scalable, right? So you're available. And the last but not least, which is the buy now, pay later, is a fantastic example of taking the bank to your end customer in a way that they don't even know that they are dealing with a bank, right? That's the beauty of buy now, pay later as a sample, for example, right? And we also can refer that as a embedded finance, right? So it's an embedded finance in their lifestyle, where they are nowhere near to the bank, but they're actually dealing with the bank, right? So that's what buy now, pay later achieves. Thank you. Okay, so without a further ado, what I'll do is now, I hope you can see my mobile, right? So that's my mobile on the screen. So what I will be actually doing is actually show you a digital customer onboarding and origination process from Temenos Infinity, which actually provided as part of Temenos Infinity. In short, actually, it's the distribution layer. So what you are distributing is actually the products which you see in front of you, right? So these are the product lines, and you're distributing these products from the front office. Hence, we call it, this is a distribution services, right? So this is the distribution of your product, right? So let's start the journey. So let's click on current account. So what we'll do is that because of the distribution services, we have a read-only copy on a scale in the distribution layer, and we are showing you, yes. Mic laga de? You can't hear me, okay? Oh. Okay, can you hear me now? Is it on? डाल दो यार कुछ नहीं ओके
आवाज़ नहीं आ रही मैं वही सही कर रहा हूँ
ओके Can you hear me now in the back? Okay, good. Okay, you can hear me then now. Okay, I cannot move, it seems like, ये मुझे पकड़ लिया इसने somehow. But anyway, doesn't matter. Let's just continue. Okay, so what we are seeing on my mobile right now is all the different type of products available in the product catalog. So these can come from all sorts of product catalog, right? So it does not have to be just banking. It can be non-banking products, and you can just build a journey. Like insurances is another thing you can distribute very easily and seamlessly from the platform, right? So let's pick it up. Let's say a preferred checking account. It doesn't matter, right? So what you see in front of you is that It's available for the existing customer as well as for the new customer, right? So let's start the new customer so that you see the functionality and all the these agreements we have to sign as part of the digital onboarding and origination journey. So you click, these are all the consents. Okay, sorry. I'm actually wired to the laptop, right? Anyway, oh God. Okay, so all these consents will be managed in the distribution layer so that you can always go back to the customer saying you consented to share the information or whatever the terms and conditions you have to digitally onboard. You start a new application, and what we are doing at the moment is there are multiple options available where you can use Temenos Exchange, right, to bring ID verification. So you saw HID before, so HID provides that ID verification, biometric verification, and so on and so forth, right, by scanning the passport or driving license. While many things are actually having a glitch, so I'll just continue without them at the moment as I'm on the stage, right? So let's just start filling up basic information. And as you can see, this journey I'm running in the, let me just turn off these two, yeah, okay. So as you can see, I'm running this in the browser of the mobile, right? This is very important to note is that this is a responsive web application, actually to reduce the friction from the process. What do we mean by friction from the process is that many times we have seen that banks would like to create apps. There's nothing wrong with creating apps. You can create apps to onboard users, that's not a problem. And usually they do it because of the native SDKs and all the other things that are available. But what we have seen from the data in Asia Pacific, a fully digital bank, they launched the app as well as the web interface, and 86% of the people, to our surprise, came from web channel actually. They did not use the app, right? So downloading an app is a friction actually, right? So that's why we built out-of-the-box functionality as a responsive web app so that you can actually host on any device really. Nowadays we have smart kiosks available, right? So you can just launch the URL there very easily. Let's just fill up the quick information. And I'm just filling my basic information right now. And there is a reason for keeping the basic information on the first page is because that even if I lose after this save, this information will be available in the system so that we can engage them back. We can actually send them back saying, please come back and complete your application, and they can come back. Chala gaya? Oh, aa gaya. Okay, sorry. Got it. Okay, I think I need to keep my head like this. Okay. There's one thing I would like to mention here. Can you see the country code 92, right? Plus 92. This plus 92 is actually been pre-populated by the app using the location services, right? So we are using location services, and this is, by the way, the State Bank of Pakistan regulates that when you are actually doing onboarding origination, you should capture where that user was at that particular time. So we are using location services to put 92. I'm actually lives in Dubai, for example, so if I'm in Dubai and doing the same thing, it will say 971 or wherever you are actually, right? So we do this kind of a thing. So it's a very low code, no code platform where you can actually build this very, very fast, right? So I'll continue. Sorry, I just put my wrong number, but let's just continue for now. So what I'm doing at the moment is I'm actually saving this information, and once it's saved, I can actually close it. You'll see an email will pop in to my inbox saying, please continue. This is your username. This is your temporary password. I can actually drop. And on the top, I can see the full journey about to happen with the information at this stage. So if I choose a different type of product, you can actually change the journey. You can ask different type of question based on, for example, loan, you might ask for pay slips, and if it's a normal savings account, you might not bother about the pay slips, right? So these are the decisions you can make using the process automation engine embedded in the application, okay? So let's just put some basic information here. Driving license, I'll keep it. Doesn't matter. Expiry date, 2025, and address. So here we can actually integrate with the Google Address API where you can actually autofill, the things for the user to make it faster. Okay, so let's just quickly put 000. I want to complete this. And I continue, right? So basic information, if you see, so only ask, and this is another experience we have from the onboarding origination, as this experience comes from our acquisition to Avoka. So Avoka was the onboarding origination, we acquired it, and what we found out is that if you ask less question as part of the origination, there is a more chance for you to have the prospect converting into customer. And then you ask these questions later on. You can ask them to upload this, whatever you need. So you ask only the regulatory, very important thing at the initial, but let them come into the bank, and then you engage them back, instead of sending them hundreds of questions upfront, okay? The other feature would like to highlight is that you can actually do multi-product origination. So as you can see, I have a current account which I selected initially, but I've been given choice now as a card. So it's actually a experience like Amazon or eBay, where you go, you just put the things in a cart, and then we originate for you. It's a multi-product origination of a type of product. So risky products, for example. So you cannot just originate loan and account together, because loan requires a different type of process altogether, where current account might be different, right? So you can actually do multi-product origination. So let's just select a student savings account as well, okay? They can do term deposits, and I continue. As you can see, there is a button for save and leave, which means at any stage I can save and leave this journey. And in the meantime, if I just go to my that's my, by the way, email address. As you can see, Shiraz, thank you very much for the application. Click here to continue. So I can actually continue from my desktop, mobile, doesn't matter where I am, okay? So let's just select this option. As you can see, standard savings account, and these are the options now you're asking, saying you are opening up a savings account and current account. What type of features do you need? Do you need a debit card? Do you need, a checkbook for these kind of things? How are you going to use it? So they can register for these intents as part of the origination. And we will register them, of course, at the back office. The card management system would print the card, the delivery will deliver, the checkbook will print the checkbook for you, right? You continue. And they can, of course, don't select, which means there's no checkbook, no problem. Of course, co-applicants are supported. So if I add my, let's say my wife or my, someone relationship, they will get the email, and they have to their own KYC completely separately. So two entities will be part of that whole thing. And now it's asking me to upload documents. As I said, these are done. At this stage, we have ran the rule based on the type of the product. This list of documents have been populated. So if it's a loan, you will see a complete different list. Okay, so let's just quickly upload some document. And by the way, I'm using the hotel's guest Wi-Fi to actually do all of this in front of you live, right? So this is all going on to, so I'm just selecting some file, doesn't matter what that is right now. And for the last not least is the driving license, and I would say above is already done, so I'll continue, okay? So as you can see, documents are getting uploaded. You can now hook that up to an OCR system. So one of our exchange partner, FormPipe, also does that capability. You review your application, and if you're happy, you continue, and you submit the application at the end, okay? So this is actually storing all this information at the distribution layer, and once it's approved, if the decision is approved, then it will actually going to create a customer and account in the back office, whatever that back office is, API integration. Right, so last question, after the rule, it says, we need more information. How long have you been in this address, for example, right? So let's just say I am here from 2020, okay? And I continue, and I submit, right? So what's happening at this stage is we are actually running the rule, as you see. It's congratulations, which means this application has already been approved. The customer has been created in the back office. If it's not approved, because the rule says, this guy is from a particular locality maybe, or we have in national data, in the Nadra, for example, we have got this blacklisted or something, you can actually stop this application. You don't need to do straight through processing. You can actually stop it and make decisions manually. Right, so as you can see, it's congratulations email, and I've been given an option to fund now because the account is already created, so I can now do fund now. At this stage, what we'll do is, because the user is using the same channel where they originated, we can do an OpenID based integration if there is a availability, right? So I say 40/40 continue, and we use open banking concept here, which is we're going to redirect to a banking provider, an aggregator, which can actually access your different accounts, and that's actually account aggregation. So you are actually linking your external accounts to your distribution services, right? And that's what John was mentioning, the fulfillment, data fulfillment services, also data services, right? So we are getting the data from the OpenID Connect and putting into our distribution. So as you can see, we are redirected to Plaid. I'm continue, and it will show me a list of banks to connect. I mean, of course, in this demo environment, I've got Bank of America. If we have this aggregator, we can actually communicate here in Pakistan. Okay, so as you see, that the rest of the thing will continue. I want to show you one more thing is that after the whole thing is finished, I'll see a congratulations email as well here in the end. So user underscore good, pass underscore so good. So this is completely outside of Temenos now, right? So we are actually on a third-party portal on open banking and accessing and not doing screen scraping, actually getting the data and connecting the accounts from the sandbox provided by Plaid, which is a the account aggregator provider or bank aggregators. So almost done. I'm going to say use my savings account to actually bring these $20 which I asked you. And what we're going to do end of the day here is going to get the account information and going to raise a payment order or a funds transfer request from one account to another account to these two accounts, right? So as you can see, $40 from bank of account, deposit, continue, and this will be sent to the core, which means as part of the origination journey, you did not just create a customer, but open two accounts as well as funded that account from the other account. Okay, so that's the possibility as part of this one, right? And that's it. The journey finishes, and any moment of the time, as you can see, the demo. I'll get an email, as you can see, congratulations emails that are popped up. I've been actually approved. And once I have approved, or I've been approved, of course, from the bank, the out-of-the-box Infinity apps are available for the user to log in and then actually have a look at these accounts and then interact. And that's what servicing is all about. So you brought completely seamlessly the user into the system, and then you give them online access to then have a look at the account. Of course, I'm showing you different accounts right now, different user at the moment, because there is an account registration process needs to be done, right? So activation code and NADRA ID and so on and so forth. So I'm showing you the account. What I really want to show you here is that as a banking application, it gives you all the mostly used or mostly widely used systems like payments, funds transfer, bill payments, checkbook management, card management, all the banking stuff, right? But the beauty is that experience so far I have, being Pakistani, of course, is that you don't get to see all your accounts actually in the bank, right? So I've got a loan from one of the very big banks here. I have no visibility of that loan, where it is, how much I've paid, what are the installments, what's going on. It's just direct debits, and that's it. I have to go into the branch to find out what happened to that loan. And that's a real scenario right now I'm speaking, right, this year, right? And this is actually one of the biggest and most profitable banks, right? So as you can see on a single screen, I can actually look at my loan, checking, deposit, savings, all account at the same time, right? So if I click on my, let's say, loan account of 120,000, doesn't matter. It's contextual menu. I can download and I can actually click my schedule and will, of course, go to the core, find out, what the schedule looks like, and I will download the installments in a PDF format, CSV format, whatever that is, all, show me everything. And as you can see, we are using open APIs here, open libraries actually to convert this document, and I can now open it very quickly on my mobile. I haven't switched any channel anywhere, and as you can see, Adobe Acrobat, it's giving me the PDF for the whole loan all the way to 0. Okay, so these are the type of thing. That's what digital is all about, is actually giving all the services you are doing in the bank should be able to expose to your end customer and give them that value which you are bringing manually in your branches, in your operation centers, in head offices, bring it out to the customer. And that's what distribution layer is all about, is actually to distribute any service you have in the bank should be available to the end customer, right, to interact with it. Now, so that's all really on the channel side and servicing. I'm not going to go into payments and whatnot, right? And I will skip the slides if I go back to my slides. Okay. Just want to highlight that, it's a platform, right? So for servicing, it's a platform. So this journey, what you saw, is customizable. You can actually take it up, add new pages to it, or add new fields to it. It's a no SQL schema we are using behind the scenes, so you can add data very easily to this service. So there's an extension mechanism. These are all the apps. I'll just quickly whiz through them at the moment. Okay, and the features available out of the box. Let's talk about Temenos BNPL, right? So what is Temenos BNPL, Buy Now, Pay Later, which is the one of the most successful product being done by PayPal, for example, right? So PayPal is the biggest example we have in the globally. They're using this as a service at the moment, right? everybody knows what buy now, pay later is, right? So buy now, pay later is actually embedded finance. You're bringing the finance to the customer without even knowing that they are actually talking to the bank, right? But the major point which I would like to highlight are three for buy now, pay later, right? And those three is that, that the first thing is the ethically, right? So we need to make sure at the end of the day it's a loan, right? So we need to make sure that it is done ethically in a sense that, we screen the customers who we are actually giving the buy now, pay later. So hence we of course need to have the capability to make sure that we filter the, the bad debt really. End of the day it's a risk for the bank, right? So you need to filter those out, right? Of course, it's actually usually done in the world with zero interest, and that makes it much more, risk averse for the bank because you're not actually taking anything on top of it. It's a 0% interest, which means you need to make sure that it's much more scrutinized, but in a way that it's seamless as part of their customer journey, right? So that's Temenos perspective. This is how we are looking at, okay, and that's how we build this particular service with this mindset, right? And I think my colleague from NDC already had talked about the 86% growth, so it's a huge opportunity in the market, so I'm not going to spend too much time on it, but I would like to highlight this point, right? And this slide is I think it's the most important slide for all of you guys actually as well. So you talked about, I think John talked about, we saw earlier, let me just get my laser pointer, right? If you just get back what John was talking about earlier, right? So distribution, now in buy now, pay later, who is your distributor? The channel is the merchant, the person like daraz.pk or whatever that site may be, right? Or even, Gul Ahmad websites or whatnot. So that's your distributor, the channel, the interaction. Then you have a distribution partner, the distribution layer, and that's manufacturing, which is the banks or fintechs, the one who are actually underwriting the loan, the one who's actually taking the risk on behalf of whoever. So there are three major models which fits to everyone in this room, okay? The first one, of course, is merchant. That's not a point. The first one is the fintech providers, the people who do not have the license to underwrite the loan, right? But they would like to distribute and they would like to have the cut of that 1 trillion we saw earlier, right? So it's a big market. So that's the first one where you partner with the bank who has the underwriting capabilities. You just provide the distribution capability, and that's where it makes it very, very interesting. And that's why this is a future-proof architecture, is that you can fit this in any shape or form, really, in the end. And we have a big example in the world right now, the people who are doing it this way, right? So like Affirm, Klarna, Afterpay are working with these banks and then just giving the loan, and in between they're just keeping their cut, whatever. So this is like pure fintech, no. The second one is the best example, of course, the PayPal, the people who already have the money as well as have the underwriting licenses with them. So they are actually the one who's actually lending the money and taking the risk completely on them, right? And third, not least, is the bank themselves. So the bank would be then lending directly to the merchants, right? And this is where these two actually applies in this room. I have time, right? 5 minutes, please. Okay. So this is what I think I wanted to highlight, is that this is applicable to everyone in this room. You will be fit either on this layer or that layer, right? Whichever is the one which fits into your in your world, right? So Temenos, of course, provide this as a service. So this service was built to be hosted on a cloud as a cloud service. Of course, you can take the same service and run it on-prem, right? We will give you as a service. The good news from Temenos customers who are on a particular release from R21 and onwards is that they can actually reuse the infrastructure they already have to have this service by simply adding additional modules, and they can actually run this as an independent service right now if you are on a particular version plus, right? So I think these are the use cases. What I would like to do is actually show you the journey, okay? So I'll show you the glimpse of what that is all about, right? So I'm again on my mobile. Give me 5 more minutes, please, okay? So I'm on a virtual store called NetPlace, like Amazon or whatever, where I am, right? And I am actually looking to buy this MacBook Pro, right? I have mine, but I want to buy another one. So I select, a type of a product, and it's, of course, as a normal journey on a merchant website, you see insurances, protections, this, that. I'll add it, Apple Care Plus. Actually, what they're doing is they're actually reselling, right? So if you look at it, they're distributing Apple Care Plus to you, right? That's exactly what's happening to every industry. It's just the bank who need to catch up, Okay, and that's what John was actually alluding to earlier. So as a normal journey, I have 2 products. I can select, reselect, and I go to checkout. On a normal checkout page, what you see is that if you pay by card, you pay by PayPal, normally we see all the time, or whatever. And the other one, if you see in the last one, is Pay Arrow. The Pay Arrow is the bank of this customer. So he sees that, oh, it's my bank actually. Let's click on Pay Arrow. Let's see what this gives me. And it says proceed to buy. And it now launches deep linking to the Pay Arrow, and I'll authenticate myself. And it's now showing me the option to buy now, pay later, that you are buying this product right now. We are giving you, because you are our customer, we have actually ran the scan, and we can give you these options. You can pay in 2 weeks, 6 months, 12 months. This is nothing but a product configuration in the core. That's what you're doing, right? That's our product. Let's just select 6 months, and I'd say, took the direct debit from my savings account and complete the purchase, right? So see, it's that easy. This is the experience what our customers are actually looking for from the bank, that they are dealing with the bank, but in a way that it's completely seamless to them. It's just day-to-day stuff, right? And you've done, and its order is complete. We just tell the merchant saying you're done. Of course, there's a merchant portal. If you see on the slide, you register their commission and whatnot, and then whatever the dealing you have with a particular merchant available, right? And you continue shopping. So that's the experience of buy now, pay later. That's one experience, right, where you are starting the journey from outside and ending up the loan inside in the bank, right? So what we are providing you as part of this journey, if I switch back to my slide quickly, oops, right, is that actually the service itself and the JavaScript library, and of course more to come, where we will actually provide you the internet portal and everything else, where you can actually do a full checkout and onboarding origination. And last not least, if you see Infinity or any other front end, doesn't really matter really. If you have the Infinity with you, you can do the new customer onboarding. So at that stage, you can say, okay, you're not a customer, no problem, we'll onboard you, like the one which we just saw. So you can actually onboard them and originate the product at the same time for them, right? So the both are available. Now, final thing from my side is that you are actually in the app, right? So you are using the servicing which I was showing you. And because we have the service, what you can do is you can filter the transactions. Because we have the transaction information, you can then qualify a particular transaction. If you see, I don't know how to show you, the Hotel Ibiza and flight ticket are actually eligible to be converted into buy now, pay later, right? So not all of them, only these 2, because you have a relationship with these companies, whatever that may be. And what you do is you say, okay, I want to convert this into Flex. What will happen is that the money will come to their account, okay, and you will create a loan against that. And then it's just another loan with its life cycle. Similar journey, saying, okay, I want to do the Flex amount, and you select, again, say, I want to give this in 3 months. I don't want to hang it for 6 months, right? And confirm. And it will ask you for the last time that, please review. That's what you're actually ordering for. You're done. And you can actually convert. These are the 2 major use cases Temenos BNPL is actually covering for. Originate new products or service the existing transactions and then create a new product out of that. Okay. Actually, got slides. Of course, these slides will be available for you later on to be look at it. But I'm, of course, available as part of my outside. If you want to know anything about this one, please contact me. Last thing I would like to highlight is fully API enabled. So it's actually built as a headless system. You can consume it from any channel. It does not have to have an Infinity. Of course, we love to have it if you have Infinity, but it does not have to be. You can actually give it to anyone directly and consume it over the APIs. It's just a set of bundles of API where you initiate products, you verify customer, and you move on. That's it. Done. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shiraz, for that wonderful session. A big round of applause for Shiraz Junejo, please. So we witnessed that Infinity onboarding app makes the process simple, smart, quick, and cost-effective, thus ensuring a great experience for the new customer. And also he mentioned that the buy now, pay later is here to stay. But how would your bank respond to that? Next up, we have our second sponsor session, which is from Huawei.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join Huawei in this short session to enlighten us about how Temenos core banking can be accelerated with the adoption of Huawei's hybrid multi-cloud architecture.
Members of the audience, please put your hands together and welcome to the stage Mr. Malik Shoaib Nasir, Technical Director, Cloud and Data Management Solutions, Huawei, Pakistan.
Hello. Can you please show us the slides? Okay. So let me quickly briefly give the overview of Huawei. So basically, we started this journey with Temenos almost 2.5 years back, and we started with infrastructure part. Then we certified the components of Transact, Payment Hub, and FCM on Huawei Cloud. So that was the first achievement that we have done last year. And we published the reference architecture with Huawei. And this year, we have started the benchmarking of Temenos Transact on Huawei Cloud Platform. It's almost 10 months we have spent this time. And I think there were 3 main objectives of this activity. First one, NDC being the local partner, they should have the skills on Huawei Cloud Platform. If they want to deploy the Transact for a customer, they should know the platform. Second thing, the Huawei Pakistan team. Yes, we have done such projects in Asia Pacific, in China, Latin America, but we need to build this capability in Pakistan. So that was the second objective of the benchmarking. The third one, there are requirements from the customer. For example, they want okay, can I use the slides now? So this is the journey. Sorry, I'll go back again. So this is the journey. As I mentioned, there are two main achievements. One is the certification. Second is the local capacity building. And the third achievement, we have already done a project in Singapore. There's a virtual digital bank called Green Line Bank. They have deployed the Transact core banking on Huawei public cloud. So it's already up and running. They have the live customers. Okay, this is the referenced architecture published by Temenos for Huawei Cloud. If you look at the gray components, these are the Temenos application components. And we have deployed these components on Huawei public cloud initially. So for Green Line Bank specifically, they didn't have any data center infrastructure or any other infrastructure stack. Yeah? So they had to deploy the solution with the required security, compliance, and everything. So if you look at these components, so we are providing the DDNS, anti-DDoS, web application firewall, data encryption, identity access management, all the security stack along with this component. So this is by Huawei, on Huawei public cloud. The same thing we can provide on Huawei's private cloud as well. And then we have the traditional architecture, which is the Transact and deployed on the cloud native platform. Okay? So the R21 version of the Temenos was deployed, the cloud native version. So those were deployed on the CCE, Huawei's cloud container engine. So this is Huawei's offering of the OpenShift equivalent platform, okay, or some like Tanzu, like OpenShift, like Docker R. Sorry. And this is the benchmark. So actually, I want to talk more about this one. So the activity, if you look at that, sorry, there's some problem with the click. Is it there? So far we have uploaded 18 million of customers. It's a big number. 18 million of customers on our test environment, and we have run a COB in 5 hours. 5 hours for 18 million customers. And for normal account opening, the customer opening, we are achieving around 360 average TPS and 784 the peak TPS. So it is still in progress. Our target is to certify these benchmarks by Temenos or the third party by Q4 this year. And we want to target minimum 50 million customers. So 50 million customer record we want to benchmark. That's our core objective. So there are two learnings or observation of this whole exercise. One is, for the online TPS, we see that if we expand the session pool or the pod numbers, the containers, okay, we linearly achieve the performance. So the more you add the resources, the more performance you get. In case of COB, if we double the number of resources, we achieve 20 to 30% reduction in the COB time. So these are the two takeaways so far from the experience. So, okay, this is the deployment architecture, the hybrid multi-cloud part. In Pakistan, we have different challenges. We don't have hyperscaler in Pakistan. We don't have a certified cloud in Pakistan by State Bank. So if we have to adopt a solution, of course, we have the local deployment and we have international branches as well. So we need a truly hybrid multi-cloud architecture. For example, for our DevOps operation and our international branches, we can leverage our public cloud offering. We have globally 65 data centers in different regions, in Asia Pacific region, Latin America, Middle East, and then Europe. So we can leverage those data centers to deploy the international branches workload. For DevOps part, we can use any of the nearest region. And for the in-country deployment, we have two choices. The technical part is same. We call it Huawei Cloud Stack. And the second one is Huawei Cloud Stack Online. The only difference is one is totally managed by the customer or the service provider, and the second one is the cloud platform is managed by Huawei. So Huawei Cloud Stack Online is actually managed by Huawei. So the operations and maintenance, but it will be on-prem private cloud for the customer. So last thing, how your organizations can leverage the hybrid multi-cloud architecture to deploy the Temenos core banking, because most of the customers who are already using the previous versions of Transact OT24, they want to upgrade to Transact. So R21, R22, it's there in their roadmap. So how they can use the public cloud outside Pakistan for the international branches, for the DevOps, and how they can use the private cloud for the R21, for in-country deployment. So I'm available for any questions at our booth. It's right beside this hall. So you can contact me over there. So thanks for your time. See you.
Thank you, Mr. Malik, for that wonderful perspective. Ladies and gentlemen, the banking IT space has always been dominated by powerful machines and big budgets, enabling transformation by building the most effective operations in a swiftly changing environment.
The speed, seamlessness, and accessibility to financial services transformed how customers wanted to buy, pay, and bank. The opportunity was clear, but so too was the challenge. The banking structures needed to change.
But how would the big banks built on monolithic architectures simplify and accelerate their processes to manage so much information? Let's find out from our accomplished and well-reputed leader, Mr. Yakofori, Commercial Director, SaaS at Temenos, about how to build cloud banking is the game changer for the next generation banking capabilities. A big round of applause for Mr. Yakofori.
Okay, can everybody hear me? Okay, I'm Jaco Fourie, I'm from Temenos. I'm the Commercial Director for Cloud and Cloud Technologies at Temenos. So I want to talk a bit about how cloud can be a game changer in the banking environment, and how that can help the banks to prepare for the future. So if we look at the cloud market, there it goes. If we look at the cloud and SaaS, cloud economics and capabilities has really changed the IT management environment. It provides new technologies and technology innovation at a lower cost and at speed. And banks really have to move faster in this new ecosystem environment where open APIs is critical to be part of the whole financial industry and the financial ecosystem to deliver new customer offerings to their customers at speed. So banks really have to start looking differently at how they do stuff. So they really have to look at cloud platforms, how that can help them to deploy new digital experiences for their customers, taking their focus away from obviously the IT management and that infrastructure and really focusing on the business value for their customers, really investing on driving digital journeys and experiences for their customers. Cloud also provides them the ability to have a new operating model, lower costs, outsourced services, and really free their time to focus on the business at hand, rather than still looking at the legacy systems. Also, with new talent coming into the market, all the new talent are really focused more on cloud, and the knowledge is in that space. So for CIOs to really get the talent in the market, they need to start adapting to the newer technology, so they do have a talent pool to draw on to really start building their business for the future. So if we look a bit more at innovation, so if we look in the space, and I'm going to use an analogy of a super tanker. So the super tanker you can see is your existing banks and FIs. They're large, their IT infrastructure is very expensive, they're very heavy and slow to respond to market needs. So there really needs to come a change in the FIs and the banks around the legacy systems and their processes. How can they change that to really address the market in a new, innovative manner? And we've seen a new trend that has emerged where these tankers are launching speedboats into the market, where these speedboats are really independent units that's really lean and agile. They don't have the constraint of the legacy systems or at legacy processes within the bank. They're really focused on innovation and the customer experience, the customer journeys. And it's only months to results from those digital experiences, rather than having old stack that takes you years to get to a new product in the market. So the innovation and launching of the speedboats, we see that in various ways that the banks are doing it. They either addressing a new digital bank, so specific unit that they bring to the market that's focusing on the younger generation, really driving funky products for the younger guys, or they're focusing on a specific business unit or a business product that they want to bring to the market, like a buy now, pay later, focused on previous segments that's underserved, like SME banking, or wanting to reach the mass market, the previously underbanked, where you need new digital solutions and digital journeys for those guys to bring them on board. And then obviously also for fast geographic expansion. Now, if we look at the cloud drivers for adoptions, you can basically divide them in two. So if I look at the report, so first of all, obviously it's for the agility of the bank, the adoption of AI, really that focus on the digital journeys and the experiences for the customers, and the rest is the back end, where you reduce your customer, you focus on your customer experiences, reducing your tech debt, looking at lower cost and quicker speed to market, and also looking at scalability and resilience in the market to go forward. McKinsey also printed a report, analysis on the cloud. So obviously the 4 key drivers for cloud, is that is increased speed and agility, that easier innovation for banks to really make it quicker and faster to innovate new products that they bring into the market, efficient scalability, labor efficiency, efficiency in the systems, data center optimization, and then obviously reduce the risk, improve business resilience in the cloud, improved customer retention, and lower IT cost and innovation. So how can banks look at changing and building for change in this and the different technological approaches for digital core? So obviously, rip and replace is not the only way that a banks can innovate in this industry. We can look at a shared legacy model where the banks actually share the platform, or some of the platform, like financial reporting of the legacy systems, but they're really creating a whole new business unit to drive new business in the market. On the peripheral, so it's almost a complete operational independence, a new business unit setting up that's not constrained by the traditional processes within the bank, yet they share the general ledger and the reporting of the legacy system, or a total spin-off, where it's a complete new business unit that you're running up, a new neobank maybe, that's totally separate from the existing bank. So how's these different approaches, how do that cultivate innovation? So obviously you've got your new bank, your challenger banks, which is usually VC funded, where everything is greenfield. So for them, there's no real constraint. Everything can be launched in the cloud, and they're really ready to address that market. Then you get the bolt-on agility. So that's where banks want to start moving into the BaaS, the banking as a service model, where they want to become part of this whole ecosystem, leverage some of the existing banking legacy systems, the banking charter, and then delivering services for fintechs to integrate into their API layers, and then bringing products to the market. On the peripheral, that's more to the spin-off and the speedboats I was talking about. That's existing banks where you really take a decision to start improving your internal banking processes, and you start delivering operational dependent business units to the market, where you still have some shared to the legacy on the GL side and the reporting, but it's a movement for a long-term migration. Start to test cloud and how you will move to that on a later stage. A full spin-off is where the banks really want to take the new banks head on. They develop their own digital brand. They bring that to the market for the youth or for a specific market segment that they want to address, which is a full spin-off from the current banking environment, banks' legacy systems. Also then you've got your rip and replace, which is really that big project where you've taken your whole cloud journey into consideration. You really want to start going on that journey and start doing a whole rip and replace of your current technology stack. So open banking we've talked about on the buy now, pay later, but this is an example of how to, when you've got an open API and a digital banking solution, where you can bring new products quickly to the market, where you include yourself into this financial ecosystem, and you are open to innovate with either fintechs or third parties that wants to use your legacy backend systems. So on the Temenos side, obviously, having a cloud platform, it caters for all the different types of banks, from your tier 1s, tier 3s, or your agile challenger banks. Each of them would have a different focus or a reason why they want to start going onto this journey, where your tier 1s and 2s may be for, starting to get the open APIs in place, really looking at that digital transformation to start within their organization. So that's where their focus would be and their decisions around the technology stack. Whereas with a tier 3 bank, it could be based on lower cost of cloud for them to go to market, more speed to market and new solutions that they launch. And obviously for challenger banks, it's about quick and low cost entry into the market by using cloud. So if we look at the Temenos SaaS value drivers, so obviously key one is the business agility. It's really providing the capability for the bank to focus on on their digital transformation or the customer experience and customer journeys that they want to offer, and to boost innovation and faster product launches in there. We cloud native, so we give continuous updates to the cloud solution. So it's self-services, composability around that, and automated processing, so that you take away a lot of the admin around that, internal processes. Extensibility, your open APIs, how extensible is your solution, how easy is it for other solutions to integrate into your API layer. Intelligence, obviously everything these days is around AI, how to build that new journeys for the customers and the experience, and you need that additional expandable AI information to be able to do that. And then obviously governance and risk. Banks are nothing if they're not really risk averse, that they need a trusted supplier, and they need the security and privacy around the solution that they offer to their customers, and that obviously has to comply with international standards to cloud. So Temenos Banking Cloud really unlocks your banking potential, and it speeds up the innovation. Thank you.
To be able to compete in this changing and ever-demanding space, financial institutes need to drastically evaluate their internal structures and processes, as well as to improve their offerings as well.
Moving away from traditional hardware operating models is an obvious requirement, but not an easy one to fulfill, as it involves deep evaluation of core processing, integration of systems, and rebuilding of front-end operations to fit the new digital order. But it is worth pondering upon, right? Next up is the panel session. I'd request the audience to bear with us for a few moments till we have the setup in place, please. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, post the pandemic, 2021 showed us that the new normal is constantly evolving and we can prepare for the unexpected adversity by looking for new opportunities.
The banking industry is undergoing a disruptive technological transformation in the year of 2022. Trends to expect this year include cloud migrations, the use of DevOps, omni-channel strategies, and greater use of AI, to name a few.
There are emerging models in the banking industry such as software as a service, banking as a service, anything as a service, and each of these trends has transformative capabilities that are likely to shift the banking landscape.
To extend their thoughts on the pivotal trends in the financial industry in 2022, it is my honor to invite on stage our esteemed panelists, Mr. Humayun Sajjad, Chief Digital Officer, National Bank of Pakistan, Mr. Iqbal Fazal Ali Khan, Chief Digital Officer, Mizan Bank, Mr. Shahzad Ishaq, Chief Digital Officer, Muslim Commercial Bank.
We know that all of you are packed with a tight schedule, but nevertheless, you've made your way here, and it is of great strength to us. And to moderate this session, we have someone very special amongst us, and it is my privilege to introduce you to the gathering. Chief Operating Officer, Systems Limited, Mr. Asif Akram. And also, I'd like to introduce Mr. Russell Smith as the fourth panelist for this discussion.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Thank you very much to this esteemed panel. And our topic today is pivotal trends in the banking industry. Our goal in the next 45 minutes is to cover what's happening in Pakistan and what's happening globally. But before I start, I have to introduce these four disruptors on the stage because each one of them is at the helm of digital disruption within their organization. They're leading it. They are paving the way for this new transformation that is happening. So Humayun Sajjad is the CDO for National Bank. He's in top 100 Asia FinTech influencers. He also was the digital guru at UBL and a lot of expertise around how to take business and technology together, a lot of years of experience with him. So Humayun, thank you very much. Welcome to the stage. Iqbal Ali, my colleague and friend from IBM. Iqbal, he's a CDO for Mizan Bank, worked many years with IBM and Citibank, a person who's been very passionate about the whole payment, fintech, and the digital journeys of the banking industry. 25 plus years of experience. Thank you for being here. Another friend and colleague, Shahzad Ishaq, and thank you for being here, CDO for MCB. Another Citi banker, many years of Citibank, and a thought leader from a digitally driving how the business to take forward and also leading the transformation journey for MCB. And finally, Russell Smith. He's our director, MIA for sales. Russell's been in this industry for over 20 years. He has worked for many banking software industries. He understands that well, worked a lot of years at FinTech in UK, brings in a lot of global expertise, and now is looking after Pakistan as a region. So Russell, thank you and welcome there. So you can see 80 plus years of experience. I'm not counting mine. I think these guys are young folks on the stage. So I think we'll take a lot of benefit out of this. I want to start off with some trends that are really happening in Pakistan and globally currently in the banking industry. So if you look at cashless, digital payments, digital economy is booming. This is not just happening globally, but it's happening in Pakistan today. So that's a fact. During COVID, 20 million people in Pakistan made a digital transaction. That's huge. You know, that's really huge. So that's a fact. The second big fact is digital currencies, people using cryptos, people bringing in a lot of new tech, Web 3.0, a lot of new things coming, and a lot of new fintechs coming in those areas as well. So we have the new Naya Pay, Sada Pay, and a lot more ecosystem happening in Pakistan. So that's a fact. The third fact, that post-COVID, the talent is not going to be the same working style as it was before. A lot of people are working from home. Remote working is new. So we have to deliver to that new culture, the digital leadership as we call it, that culture, that leadership bring in and cater to this post-COVID era. And finally, technology. Technology is here. There is AI. There is going to be talk about cloud today, microservices, security. And yesterday I was at a hackathon for fintechs, and one of the startups was showing a metaverse bank. And I think they won that fintech hackathon competition. So metaverse is here as well. So all of these things, I just want to set the stage up, is the key things at the back of the mind of each of these leaders. And what I want to hear from them in the next 35, 40 minutes is how are they actually addressing that? So what I will start is the first question, which is around the regulator. I think State Bank, to give credit, is doing a lot of initiatives that are helping digitization, RAST, the digital banking licenses, the RDA accounts. So Humayun, I'll go with the orthodox order. In your So before you start, in your opinion, how is that helping? How is that helping Pakistan? How is that helping National Bank? And how do you think that connects with digitization? So I start with you.
Yeah, thank you, Asif. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, cool.
Please go ahead.
From a regulatory standpoint, I think there are three things that I would like to talk about. One, a clear answer is yes, State Bank has done and continuously doing a lot of interventions to catalyze the digital transformation in the industry. The second part of the answer is that the industry itself is lagging behind, not only coping up with the regulatory mandates that State Bank has issued, but at the same time, industry is also lagging behind because of the lack of combination between the mindset change and the action that is required on ground. And I'll probably come to that in a bit. The third part of my response is the intervention from State Bank has been a lot on what industry needs to do in terms of modernizing the way banks are approaching their customers. However, there is a dire need of intervention on what needs to happen from the customer side. So there, I see lack of education and hand-holding, and technology alone or the kind of regulations that have come up from the State Bank that won't really help this side of the missing piece. In terms of RAST, digital banking licenses, and Roshan Digital, I think payments by far are the easiest one to help customers become part of the financial ecosystem. What State Bank has done is now a hygiene for almost every country, given the amount of types of payments and payment interactions happening digitally. A platform like RAS, which is a faster payment platform, is now essential. I was just reading a study. In 2014, there were 14 countries on the faster payment platform. And now they're close to 56 countries as of 2021. And the World Bank claims that 76% of the world is now either in process of implementing a faster payment platform, like ourselves in Pakistan, or they they're already making use of making use of faster payments. Digital banking or Roshan Digital, digital banking definitely complements, and it enables particularly entities coming into the banking sector to catalyze the financial inclusion activity happening in Pakistan. However, this will also benefit the incumbents and traditional banks to make use of the facilities that the State Bank will offer to the digital banking players. And this will also invite some international players to look at Pakistani market. So there's a lot of positive that will happen with the digital banking licenses, which are in the making. And the third piece, which is Roshan Digital. So while we are encouraging and helping digitization in Pakistan, there is a diaspora which was struggling to become part of the financial ecosystem in Pakistan, which they were indirectly, trying to become part of in past, and now that has actually helped or paved way through the Roshan Digital. So all in all, regulatory support and intervention is happening at the right pace. However, the customers' education and hand-holding piece is something which I think regulator as well as industry is currently lagging behind.
Thank you. Thank you. I think great point. While State Bank is doing a lot of things, the customer side of things, and we'll talk more about it. So Iqbal, your view with the Mizan Bank and your previous experience.
Yeah, no, I mean, I totally support everything Humayun has said as far as the regulator goes. The regulator is doing quite a few things, and they're driving, they're pushing the banks to move forward at a faster pace. I think the most important things that you needed to be added on is on the RAST. I think is a QR code. That is something that's needed, and so that the payment can be expanded to lower down in the for the last mile of the transaction, and then there needs to be a push, like in some of the other countries that has been there, for a larger number of people, opening bank accounts and then being encouraged to actually drive transactions there. A Roshan Digital account definitely has been key. I mean, it's brought over 5 billion dollars into Pakistan, and it's also a new channel that's been created for banks to be able to actually provide new services and things. Digital banks, I think, if you ask me honestly, I would say that none of the banks should be given digital licenses additionally. I think they can already do that. I think what they should do is that they should bring in fintechs to come in and do that. So that's going to push all the banks to be a little bit more creative in the way that they're approaching the rebuild of the banking sector. The most important thing as far as the digital banks is that they're going to go and they're going to actually bring, they're going to expand your base, your banking base. And because they are going to be using, they have to be using the cloud. There's no other way for them to actually start making profit earlier on. And because they'll be bringing in new infrastructure, they're going to use analytics, because most of the people that are actually bringing in the new digital licenses, they're already thinking on those terms. So that is actually going to push all of the banks to be a little bit more creative and drive that. So the regulator is definitely there. There's a lot of opportunity here from the digital banking perspective. The advantage that us existing banks have is that we have a revenue base. We have a client base. We have, products that are already there. We need to rethink how we're actually delivering that, and how we can be more efficient from that perspective. And this will be a good impetus for us to transform ourselves.
Thanks, Iqbal. I think great points. I think 2 points you made were very relevant. One is, how do we expand the base of RAS? I think that's extremely important. And how do we spread the wealth for the digital banks? I think those are two while Humayun talks about the customer, you're talking about more of how do we expand the whole base. So great points, and thank you. Shahzad.
Thank you, Asif. It's pretty interesting. And I'm reminded of Bill Gates, banking is necessary, banks are not. So it gives me goosebumps. And as a banker, career banker, when you look at 7 of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals for World Bank, they talk about digital financial services, or talk of financial inclusion, talk of digitizing the whole ecosystem. And so in Pakistan, State Bank of Pakistan is both a regulator as well as a central bank. On one side, they are wanting to lift the banks. On the other side, the objective is poverty alleviation and financial inclusion. So Pakistan is a market where only 36% of the total bankable population has access to finance. So I think they're working on that side. Talk of Asan mobile account, Asan digital account, and all those USSD-based accounts. So those services are work in progress, some good initiatives. On the bank side, whether you talk of micropayment gateway in form of RAST, or you talk of a digital account opening, onboarding process, merchant onboarding, good initiatives to drive the digital transformation, digitalization of banks. And on the third side is expanding the ecosystem. And that's where they have gone out and done this digital retail bank, digital full bank licensing program, which is work in progress. So I think, right, if I look from Dr. Yaqub to Dr. Ishrat Hussain to Mr. Raza Bakir to currently Jameel Saab and everybody, we've got a very, very progressive central bank and a regulator. And they are conceptualizing. You go to their website, and it's enormous that you see their digital initiatives and what they want the banks to do and how they are driving financial inclusion, poverty alleviation, transacting, documenting the economy and all that stuff. So I think it's a huge opportunity. I completely agree with Iqbal Saab and Humayun Saab when they say that banks need to, I think they need to rise up. They need to actually reinvent, reimagine, re-architect themselves. So I passionately feel about it, but it's a far cry. So the game is on right now. That's all I would say.
All right. Shahzad Saab, thank you. I think the points you've made about the World Bank and the ecosystem, and then banks need to do more, is extremely important, because we can't just have one-sided traffic. We have to have the banks meet up. So I think great points there. Russell, you want to put a few of your thoughts about what's happening globally in these initiatives, especially in Europe. You spent a lot of time in UK recently, so just your views.
Okay, sure, Asif. And I think my panelists have made some very interesting points, so I won't go over them again. I think what I saw in Europe is probably 5 to 7 years ahead of where Pakistan is right now in terms of the journey. And I saw a number of things happening which I think the regulators here can probably draw lessons from. So probably 10 to 7 years ago, the new banking licenses were given out in Europe, and some of the big names that have arisen out of that. You've got M35, Revolut, Starling, Monzo, very big digital banks now. But that was just the start, and I think there were a couple of things that happened after that really ensured the success of the digital banks or the move towards digitalization. I think the first thing was very clear rules around privacy and data and person identified data. And you had GDPR coming out in, I think, about 2016. And that drove confidence in the regulators approving public cloud, because they were very clear, what is personal identifier information, who's the data processor, and I started seeing a big move of systems and data into public cloud off the back of GDPR by the big banks. So that was I think a very big driver after the banking licenses. And public cloud drives down costs significantly for the digital banks. It also opens up a very rich ecosystem of vendors, because, quite frankly, no one vendor can give you everything. And suddenly, the digital banks were able to pick and choose specialist solutions and very quickly put together very complex solutions at a very, very low price point. And the ongoing cost of ownership of the IT infrastructure is very low. Then there were probably two other things I also saw. There was PSD2, so open banking, and forcing the big banks to open up their customer data, allowing the digital banks to come in and choose in the value chain where they wanted to play and offer specialist services. And then probably the last thing was this growing acceptance by the regulator of AI, particularly explainable AI, and using AI to drive decisions and drive down price points and automation. But when you're selling regulated products, you need to explain why the decisions were made. So explainable AI really drove the acceptance by regulators.
All right, I think, Russell, you've created some very good point about the future, how digital banks can help, and how they can take us forward into the next generation. You want to add something?
Thank you, Asif. Before we actually move away from this topic, I think there are two more thoughts that I want to take the opportunity of this panel. So there is this concept of fit and proper in State Bank. Every leadership position has to be, they have to go through this process to be approved and become part of the executive committee in the bank. I think the regulator needs to up the fit and proper and embed the digital mindset and skill set that is really going to make the transformation. So that's the thing that I think regulator has to do. The other part is, while we are focusing on embedding technology, adopting digital methods, and we're trying to focus on customer, branch staff really needs to become part of the entire transformation instead of thinking they are irrelevant. And that's where I think a regulator can also play an important role by ensuring that there are appropriate trainings and also the industry, which are sort of mandatory for branch staff to go through so that they get this digital as part of their DNA. Yeah, thanks.
Branch staff point is extremely important. Shahzad, you and me discussed the branch you visited once and things were happening there. So we'll come to that point because, Amai, you've made very, very good point. What I want to spend is next 5 minutes, each one of you give an example how your bank is helping financial inclusion through the digital. Because I think Pakistan, we talked about the scale, we talked about financial inclusion is an extremely important aspect. And Russell, I'll bring you in for a global view, but I'd like a bit of specific in there around financial inclusion. So Shahzad, you have the mic? Okay.
Yes, I think we are more and more realizing that banks have a role to play in society, and that whether you talk of the environment, social governance, or all those things, climate change and stuff. From a financial inclusion point of view, what does it really mean? It means that masses can actually store their money somewhere, they can actually make payments, and they can receive funds. That's what financial inclusion is about. So we are driving it through a very participatory approach. At this point in time, we have highest priority on some of the regulatory initiatives like RAST, which we have implemented over the counter as well as on the app. And we are scaling it up. We have it all covered in all kind of banks communication, reaching out to branches. I completely agree with what Humayun said. The transformation needs to happen at the branch level. But I think there's a lot of responsibility of the executive leadership here to sponsor, patronize, and that's how you make an inclusive society, when everybody participates. So it's not one element of the society that has to drive it. On the other side, whether it's Asan digital account or Asan mobile account, once we go to the mass media, the social media, public channels, we actually drive that inclusion. To our advantage, we have fairly distributed 1,430 locations. So there is a complete drive to use all those locations to penetrate, to supply services. Recently, I spoke to a customer calling from one of the flooded areas, and he just wanted his debit card to be activated. So we went out of our way to provide the service to him, because that gave him instant access to funds when the homes and houses were flooded. So I think we have to all step out, and it's by the yard it's hard, by the inch it's inch. So we need to continue building our banking system for that.
Great. Iqbal, Mizan has a special position because it's a full Islamic. I think there is a huge opportunity there as well. So give us how you think Mizan is thinking about financial inclusion through digitization, and what else is happening there?
So we're still in the process of defining exactly how we're going to be doing all of those elements. But I mean, I can tell you what we're, what landscape that we're trying to develop there is. There's the concept of a wallet that we've actually already have in place, and making that available to all people. I mean, the whole purpose of a digital bank is that you're not restricted by branches. And branches can actually become an enabler for you. There will be different entities that are unable to use all of the facilities, and you enable them to use that. And it's a matter of, just if you look around, you walk around and you see at all levels, people are using WhatsApp, people are using YouTube with absolute, they have no issues with any of that. I'll give you an example of one of the last projects I did before I joined Mizan. Was we developed this application for farmers in Indonesia, and they're illiterate, and the phones that they have are burnt phones that are exported from Europe and the US. And on that platform, we developed applications for them that had just symbols. And with those symbols, they could go around, do all of their farming activities, make sure that their payments were made, make sure that they were putting their products up for sale. And on the other side, you had very mature companies out of China and out of Singapore who were buying those products for them. So you had both sides. For the farmer, it was a very dumbed down version, and for the buyers, it was an elaborate version which had all of the different bells and whistles. So the thing is that it can actually be developed very easily. And those are some of the concepts that we want to bring into the market and we want to leverage out here.
Great. I think great experience. Humayun National Bank being national bank, so we don't have to say more about it. It's the largest. It's got the most of the people hooked up to it. I think there's a huge opportunity, you would say that. So tell us your view.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think in my head how to articulate
I put you on a spot, so please.
Thank you for putting me on spot. So National Bank is known for serving customers in two different categories. One, who walk into the branch to make a payment, primarily government payment, and they are not necessarily the bank account holders of National Bank. And the other category of the customers who hold a bank account with National Bank, and then we end up servicing them. We are probably 2 to 3% of digital banking penetration. So among 20 million digital banking users across the country, we are merely 2%. So we are essentially a brick and mortar branch banking entity. Before I answer your question, let me actually share some personal information to set the context. I was part of the founding team of EasyPaisa. So I've experienced the bottom of pyramid up close and personal, interacting with the change agents, I call them, but people call them branchless banking agents, as well as the people who actually wanted their money and not the financial services. And then I've also dealt with customers who were somewhere in the middle, being part of UBL at some stage and part of the UBL's journey. And now I'm at National Bank looking at a combination of bottom of the pyramid and people who are sort of part of the banked population. What I've learned, and the reason of sharing this personal story, is that there's always been digital first, technology first approach that I've personally adopted as part of EasyPaisa, as part of UBL as well. But I've now come to a conclusion that needs to be transparent. While it is essential to have technology and mobile applications and digital first as an approach, but that has nothing to do with the customers, at least in Pakistan. So to answer your question, the way National Bank is approaching is twofold. One, digital financial inclusion, and that is for the existing bank customer of National Bank as well as National Bank staff. And there's a lot of focus on how do we enable National Bank staff to enable customers who are already banked with us. And the second part of my answer is to deal with the customers who are walking into our branches. So there's a lot of focus that I'm putting in on branch and brick and mortar. How do we deal with them? Despite the fact that, as an example, FBR tax payments in 2018 were sort of digitized with the help of one link, and they said all the banking channels and every bank using one link can actually make FBR tax payments. National Bank's branch still caters to 70% of the tax collections, which is trillions of rupees. And now I'm working with OneLink and some of the other departments in FBR and trying to convince them to help me reduce the painful experience of customers as well as my staff in the branch, because there is a need of hand-holding and digitizing the experience in the branch. So that's one focus. So the customers who are not financially included, even today, for them, the strategy is to have a machine like ATM assisted with a branch staff and continue to handhold customers who are walking in. So I'm not very fond of mobile applications and self-serve. And I don't believe, based on all of the experience and the context as shared, that Pakistani common customer is ready for mobile applications. I'm sorry, I'll add a bit more to this context. According to State Bank of Pakistan, the payment services report shows that in 2016, the payment transacted were 555 trillion rupees across the banking sector. And this includes the real-time gross settlement, this includes the payments happening, paper-based payments happening in the branch, and this includes the entire payment rails of the company, 555 trillion or plus minus. And now we are in 2022, this has gone up to 625 trillion rupees. If you look at the number of transactions happening, there were 1.2 billion transactions happening in 2016, and now there are 3.6 billion transactions happening. If we moved from 3 million digital banking customers in 2016 to 20 million in 2022, which is many, many folds, why did our economy not move to or adopted digital payments in a way that the growth is sort of visible? To be honest, the real barometer is the currency in circulation, which is the paper, rather than looking at how many people are transacting on a mobile application. Anyways, I'll stop here and let you ask me.
All I have to say is, I think all of us are very glad that you are at National Bank right now. We have very high expectations from you because I think, let's be very open, National Bank has the biggest opportunity. The 2-3%, if it just goes another single digit up or 5 single digits up, it's a huge opportunity. So we're very glad that you're there. So thank you for that clarification. We're running a bit late, and I apologize. We have a very engaging panel. Russell, you want to give a view about quickly about what's happening globally around that?
So around financial inclusion, I think the world's changed. Speaking to all the CEOs in the room, in the past you used to have an obligation to run a successful company, show profits, and I think something is being added to that now. I think you all have an obligation to do some good in this world of ours, and you're starting to see this now in Europe through the ESG legislation. And I think what GDPR did for privacy and the knock-on effect around the world, ESG coming out of Europe is going to do the same for social responsibility. And I can't think of a better way to show social responsibility in Pakistan rather than promoting financial inclusion, because it lifts so many people out of where they are and takes them to a much better place.
Very well said. I think we haven't touched ESG because that'll take another 2 hours of discussion. We'll not go there yet. I want to move forward, and what I'll try and do is combine this final section into one. We are talking about customer first. We talked about all of you about where we are also talking about technology. What I want to understand from each one of them, where are we with this journey? That's very important. And how are we ensuring customer first? Because I think the world has moved, and Humayun started with that, with customer first. So I want to understand your views on it, how you personally and your bank is looking at it. Russell, we'll start with you to give a global context about customer first and technology, if you can do what's happening around there, and then we'll move to each of our esteemed guests, because you had the mic, that's why I got
Okay,
you.
that's fine.
If you had left it, then you'll be all right.
I think customers' expectations have raised significantly. You know, everyone's been using apps on their phone. They're easy to use. Everyone uses the internet now. You know, the whole customer experience is at so much higher level from an expectation point of view than what it was even 5 years ago. And that comes to banking. You know, people now expect their banks to give them a very easy-to-use interface. They don't want to go into branches. They expect their banks to do analytics and understand them as a customer and come and offer them services that are relevant to them and make their life better. And I think that the banks that are offering that ease of access to services and that predictive analytics and offering services that add value are going to be the banks that retain and attract customers. I also think, you know, the existing banks in this room, you're in a very unique position because you're custodians of huge amounts of personal data and you're highly, highly trusted. And I think you should not underestimate the value of your brand and the value of that trust. And that gives you a very strong place to launch new services and build on that trust and extend the share of the customer's wallet that you can take.
Great, I think absolutely well said. Shahzad, you want to go next?
I think there's plenty of work to be done on the banks' side. I agree with Russell. And some of the thoughts that I actually shared on the slide with you earlier. It's so much to do with it begins with the top leadership. It begins with, connects with Humayun's earlier point that how do you select and let the top leadership in. Then it so much is about so I'm just going to be a little, little outlandish about it. It's inside out. It's a lot inside out. So, the collaboration tools that are there, how quickly, I mean, in some of the top companies, you can reach the CEO of a company on the drop of a hat. And in Pakistan companies, let alone, you cannot get past your supervisor. So things like that, I think, and then the access to information, how quickly can you access customer information, how vast can you do it, the democratization of data, I would say. And those are drivers. And of course, it's the context that I create is it's a contextual, relevant, and seamless world. That's how the customers want it to be. I heard that phrase, hyper personalization. So I think that's it, a segment of one. And how you approach all that is going to make a difference. My lifestyle, my life stage, is it extremely relevant? Are you talking relevant stuff? And seamless is easy to use. We've heard that from panelists, and rightly easy to use, quick on its results, and frictionless. And I mean, you have to talk to my situations, my really events happening in my life. So that's where the bank, there's outside in and inside out, both sides. The bank has to be ready, and that's where they can stay relevant. Otherwise, I see them relegating to irrelevance as back offices.
I think a very powerful statement in the end that, it's almost an existential threat if we don't do this properly for our customers and get the technologies in. And I think you shared that chart with me, and we'll also get it to the wider audience. I think that's very good thoughts in there that you've put in for various things. So thank you for sharing that. But I think relevance is probably the strongest word that you can say here. Iqbal, again, share from your previous and current Mizan experience around how do you see this customer first journey going?
So the thing is, I think Pakistan has got a long way to go. I think there is some of the things that have been spoken of on this panel as well, and we hear around when we're going around and talking to different people, there is a long way to go. The good thing is that it's not a first-time journey that we need to take. A lot of countries have been through this journey before. And the fact that, the three of us are sitting on this panel, you were here, I see a couple of faces of, previous colleagues and people from across the globe who are here as well. The fact that all of these people are coming around and they're investing their time and effort and energies in this sector is, gives me a lot of confidence that, we're going to be able to make that leap. There is certain things that, I think that we still need support on. And some of it is things that, we look to the regulator to give us guidance and be able to enable us to execute on. And, but the opportunity is huge. I would think that there's still a lot of opportunity for us to actually enable all sectors of our economy to participate in the financial services world. And I think, but we have a long way to go.
All right, thank you. Amai.
Let me actually start by thanking you and Iqbal for seeding the terminology of persona versus segment. And the reason I'm saying this, Iqbal, is I don't think that the customer first definition is same for every persona. It has to be defined based on your bank's ethos and the kind of customer persona that you want to deal with. 60% of the calls in my call center are asking for the balance in their bank account. So my biggest pain point is, how do I enable my customers to have a easier, convenient access to their balance? Some customers do not even have smartphones. How do I make it easy for them? Maybe an SMS. Others are actually complaining that they want to get away from $500,000 or $1 million rupee limit on a daily transaction through digital channels. So these customers have a different definition of their digital first. At National Bank, my first priority is the customer that we are already serving. And there are at least 3 to 4 categories that we have defined their priorities and trying as National Bank to service them. But completely agree with Iqbal and other panelists, this is a very long way. Every day when I wake up, I calm myself down that this is going to take much longer. You don't have to rush into this transformation. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I think, it's the way you've explained it is amazing. I think the whole audience is mesmerized the way you're explaining, which is very good, and all of you have explained. But I always say this is a running train, and the good news is we can get on it anytime we want to. So it's not that we've lost the opportunity, we're behind and all that. So that's the good news, and I think each one of you is looking at it that way, which encourages me a lot, or encourages all of us a lot, that this will happen. It'll take time, we're behind. So Russell, let's talk technology for a minute, because without technology I can't conclude this session, because that's the problem. And in technology I want to focus a bit more on cloud than Meta or AI and all that. We can do that. So I know Temenos is doing a lot on cloud, the new platforms and all of that. So just give us a view about how the banks are looking at cloud. And then what I want is to hear from the 3 esteemed bankers here is that how is that journey and all the state bank stuff that's happening around does that. And then we'll conclude, because I think very strong points made. So a couple of minutes on that, Russell.
Yes, so very briefly, so obviously Temenos has been running on cloud. We have a fully managed SaaS solution ourselves for a number of years now. We also work with local partners in country, for instance, like Systems, to build a private cloud environment to deliver the solution. I mean, what that does for banks is it takes away the whole management of the infrastructure, the whole management of the system, upgrades, all those kinds of things. Then sitting with the systems integrator or the software provider, and the bank then focuses on how do they optimize their business on the software platform. A couple of other advantages of cloud, obviously, is you tend to have other ecosystem partners on the same cloud, so the whole integration, the ability to take other best-of-breed solutions to flesh out or build out a more comprehensive offering is very, very good there. Within Temenos, we've decomposed our services, so you don't have to take the whole application. If you just want to take a lending solution or trade finance solution, you can just do that now. You no longer have the obligation to take everything. And then probably one additional advantage about cloud, which is never really talked about too much, is it gives you high availability. It's a very, very low-cost way to get disaster recovery and high availability, just because of the distributed nature of how the applications are running across more than one data center. If the primary data center goes down or the processors go down, your systems still carry on running. So you don't have the risk that your systems are going to go down and your bank can't operate. So from a systems vendor perspective, this is how we view in cloud.
Yeah. So Shahzad, I go to you, and the regulator has the view and what the banks are doing. So I have a view about it, and let's see if we cover that. But what is your?
So I want to build on what Russell just said. I think the future of banks and digital financial services, we had some brief discussions around that through the day. The customer trust, and that's extremely important in a digital world, digital first, customer first world, the customer trust. So when you go to online systems, the cloud, the digital technologies, and embrace everything, people have to trust the bank. And one of the, Karoy just touched on it. You have a building, you have a brand, you have a logo, you have everything to see and trust, and that's how you trust a bank. And I'm reminded of what Sandy Weil at Citi said sometime in 2004 or 5. He spoke to all 300,000 people, and he said that in a bank you have two things, money and trust, and you cannot afford to jeopardize either of them. So I think that would be a very, very underlying thing beyond all the developments in technology that we'll embrace.
All right, very well said. I think trust is huge, and that's something we need to really work on. Iqbal.
So, from a technology perspective, I think, again, there are certain core technologies that, we have not embraced, and we need to really think about that. Part of that is because skills are hard to come by, and when there are skills there, we tend to, the entities that have the skills, mostly people like you guys, you tend to sort of put it outside rather than put it inside Pakistan. Yeah. So some of that, I need to encourage you to start, looking at bringing those technologies and enabling that internally. So some of that is there. And I've addressed this a couple of times, but we need to get the regulator to engage with us and allow us to use different components of the cloud, because we're spending a lot of time taking care of what has become a commodity. And we need to focus on those things that are really going to add value to the business. And also, we don't want to be in a situation where we're having to code every single step of the way. There's now capabilities out there to do low code, no code, processes and things, and set up workflows, and we need to be able to leverage those things. And those are areas that our focus should be. And then the other thing is, if we're going to think about going on to blockchain and we want to talk about doing quantum computing, without a cloud infrastructure in place, without actually understanding what all those components are, we're never going to get there. And really, that is what's across the horizon. It's not something that's out in the future.
No, it's
it's just around the corner.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's around the corner. See.
Thank you. I'm actually laughing when I'm when I'm going to talk about it. There are three things that I want to mention. The third I wanted to make first, but I'll leave it on the third. The number one, cloud as a technology, and not necessarily Google Cloud and Amazon and Microsoft Azure. Cloud as a technology is now fundamental. And there are good data center operators in Pakistan who are offering these capabilities. So that's fundamental, and we absolutely need it today. The second is the skills to make use of these cloud technologies. Banks don't have it. Banks, I don't think, can ever have these capabilities. So likes of Systems Limited, my friend Asif, and there are other good partners who are available in the industry. Absolutely, they are the ones to do this job, not people like ourselves. Third is actually a request to State Bank to ban banks to have any kind of in-house capabilities and try to make use of these cloud in their own data centers. I think they need to step up and say no more data centers within banks.
And I think for development and DevOps tests, this can be done pretty easily. There's no stopping us from doing it.
Absolutely. I mean, we can literally do it tomorrow.
What I'm saying is State Bank doesn't need to do anything.
What I'm saying, we spend a lot of time convincing our compliance guys, our risk guys, despite the fact that State Bank has written a lot of cloud supportive regulations in black and white. But, we get hung up on the interpretations. So what I'm saying, if they say it's banned, then there's no more conversation.
Agreed. I think we can take that forward. So I think we can go for another hour, but I have to stop here because otherwise we'll hijack this program. I think I want to conclude with three areas that you guys, 3 points, or 3 areas that you guys covered. I think all of you said customer first is very important. All of you said that. And there's a lot of work to be done there to create that trust, easiness, and all of that. I think from a digital perspective, that's a lens that needs to be there. Inclusion, scale, take it elsewhere, upgrade the branches. I think you made a very good point. And then a very important point, Shahzad, you made was about the existential threat or the relevance. If we don't do it, what happens? And Iqbal, from what I got is, with Mizan, the huge opportunity that is there and all the work that can be done, I think progressive work can be done there, and I think that's very important. Russell, thank you for sharing your global experience and reaffirming, showing us 5-7 years ahead. But I want to conclude, as I said, this is a running train. The opportunity is there. Our population is growing, and I don't want to comment further on that, but we have this opportunity to catch this train, and each one of us, suppliers, systems integrators, and the industry, has a role to play. So thank you again. This Disruptors panel has been really good. I really appreciate the openness and participation. Some of you have traveled to be here, so thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, audience.
Thank you, esteemed panelists, for that intriguing, insightful, and informative session. Gentlemen, kindly remain on stage so we can give you guys the plaque of appreciation. I would request Mr. Asif Akram to do the honors, and accompanied by the applause from the audience, please. Thank you. If you could kindly remain on stage, Mr. Humayun Sajjad, the plug for appreciation. Mr. Iqbal Fazal Ali Khan. Mr. Shehzad Ikhlaq. And last but not least, Mr. Russell Smith. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, next we would be handing over the stage to our gold sponsor, ACI Worldwide. To introduce this session, Banking, Fraud and Risk Prevention for Pakistan, I would like to turn to Mr. Damon Madden, Principal Product Sales Specialist, who would be leading the point of discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause to help me welcome on stage Mr. Damon Madden.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last session we are having before the lunch, and after that we'll be having two more sessions. We are actually running a bit ahead of the schedule.
All right, hi everybody. My name's Damon Madden. I'm a product sales specialist for ACI Worldwide, so I specifically look after our fraud detection engine here locally across both the Middle East and Africa. So today I just wanted to talk to you a bit about what we're seeing in terms of trends around the world and how that might apply to your market here in Pakistan. And then we'll talk a bit about ACI, what we do and how we do that. Okay, so if you have a look here, we have a graph. So you'll see this is from the United Kingdom. It comes from a great document called Fraud the Facts. And that document gives a litany of information about fraud and the types of fraud that they're seeing in the United Kingdom. Now, if you look specifically, you'll see from 2017 on to 2021, a huge increase. Now that increase hasn't been driven by cards, hasn't been driven by traditional channels. It's been driven by what we call APP fraud, or what is globally known as scams. So you can see a massive increase. It's almost doubled. They've gone from somewhere around £200 million a year in loss to in excess of around £600 million in loss. So a massive increase, and that's all driven by that fact that the customer is being coerced by someone calling them, someone contacting them, someone stealing their information, and then coercing that customer into facilitating a transaction over an immediate payments channel, such as RAST, to then facilitate a payment. So you might think, how does this apply to us in Pakistan? So if we look at Pakistan, we don't have any specific stats, or I don't have any today, so if anyone has them, I'd love for you to share them with me. But if you have a look sort of over the same period of 2017 onwards, you'll see we've got a lot of complaints relating to ATMs, we've got a lot of complaints relating to generalized fraud, but then you'll see over that same period a massive increase in the number of complaints relating to digital and internet banking. So what's driving that? You know, I ask myself, does that graph look familiar? So if we overlay it against what we see in the United Kingdom for the same period, you'll see it looks very, very similar. So what that is telling me, and what that should be telling you, is that your consumers, your customers are also being victims of scams. They are very much being coerced into giving over their personal information over the phone, over different channels, in order to facilitate some form of crime. Now you might say, okay, this is only a small problem. It might relate to USSD transactions, mobile wallets, things of that nature. But as you move further and further forward with immediate payments and digitization of your banking system, this will only increase. We're expecting this to increase significantly. So it's not just Pakistan, it's not just the United Kingdom. I also have slides relating to Nigeria, to Australia, to everywhere else around the world where the exact same trend is taking place. It's a global problem. So it's increased significantly over the last 2 years. Our research says that the reason for that is driven by the fact that during the pandemic, a lot of traditional organised crime groups were missing their way of collecting funds, their way of doing crime in the traditional means. They retooled, reskilled, and now they're purely focused on doing these scams. So we are not anticipating this to go away anytime soon. So you might say, what can we do about that? So of course ACI can do something about that. We have a class-leading fraud prevention system for that. But it's not the only thing that ACI Worldwide does. So ACI Worldwide, we are, I'll just get everything up on the slide. ACI Worldwide, this is us. So we are a digital payments platform. We are a digital payments software provider. We provide all types of payments, everything from SWIFT, high-value RTGS to low-value immediate payments, through to card issuing, acquiring, as well as omni-commerce solutions for merchants, merchant management, everything in between. Overarching all of that, we have our fraud management solution, and our fraud management solution is designed in the same way our payment products are. They're really built to be bulletproof and scalable so that we can meet the needs of any growing organisation. So we are very large in India, we're very large in Africa, we have a strong customer base in the Middle East, including Egypt, and we're looking to expand that through our partnership here with Systems Limited, and we're looking to grow on that within Pakistan so that we can provide these class-leading products specific to your market. Here's our fraud system. There's a bit on here about what we do. We have an enterprise level architecture, so not just cards are what we are providing fraud prevention for. We also look at digital channels, internal fraud. Any type of fraud that you might have that relates to payments can be delivered and can be prevented using our solution. We use AI, we use models, we use all of that great technology in order to facilitate that. We have a dynamic workflows, so we are able to deliver alerts, deliver case management, deliver investigations, how it is that you need within your organisation. We also have a crime ecosystem, so we have patented technologies. We have some technologies around network intelligence, where we can provide shared intelligence across a group or a community of members, as well as scale. And that's probably the most important part when it comes to a fraud detection engine. I know you all have one today in your organizations, and what you will find is they may not scale to meet that real-time need that you have. Our solution is demonstrated to do that. We work with the likes of the State Bank of India, we work with EBC in Egypt, we work with lots of the largest banks around the world to ensure that we can intervene in the transaction path and ensure that when there is a fraud event taking place, that it's stopped before the money actually leaves the bank. This is our future. This is what we see as the future of financial crime. Sorry. We believe in a future where you have multiple different data sources coming into a single fraud solution. So we want to see a future where you may have a specialized security service provider that provides you specific intelligence for your fraud detection engine. We want to be able to ingest that into your fraud engine easily. So what do I mean by that? It means that, okay, I engage a security provider, I say I want to do a proof of concept. We don't want you to have to go through a full project lifecycle in order to ingest that information. We want you to be able to expose an API, have that data ingested into the solution, and derive value from that on day one. Here's a global snapshot of where we are. There's some of our customers globally. We're currently in 47 countries. I'd like to make that 48 this year and include Pakistan in that list. However, you can see some of our segments everywhere from Itaú in Brazil, Chase Manhattan Bank in the US, through to the likes of Alto Payments in Indonesia, as well as the State Bank of India. I say the State Bank of India as that's probably one of our largest installations that we have globally. We're covering all sorts of payment channels there, everything from their immediate payment UPI segment through to internet banking, digital banking, as well as cards and everything else in between. This is us. If you want to contact us, if you want to find out more information about ACI Worldwide, you want to find out any information about fraud prevention and how we can help you and your organization in minimizing fraud prevention, please do reach out to both either Junaid, who's based here locally within Pakistan, or myself, or you can contact our partners, Systems Limited, and they should be able to assist you and direct you to who's best to speak to. Thank you, everybody. That's all I had for today. Thanks.
With this, we come to an end to the first part of our day, and I hope it has been informative and insightful, packed with knowledge right so far. Now, to make your day more productive and constructive, I would like to invite every one of you to devour your taste buds into some delicious Pakistani cuisines. While you luncheon, make sure you all take this unique opportunity to connect with banking professionals, innovators, experts, and thought leaders, and network with a global audience of decision makers and influencers from the financial technology industry. Have a good lunch, ladies, but make sure that you come back because we have 2 sessions that we have planned after lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, lunch is at Crystal Ballroom. Please proceed towards there.
What does the start of a new day mean to you? For us, it's another chance to do things differently. To challenge, to innovate, to spark change. At Temenos, we believe that banking at its very best has the power to make a real impact. And that belief is fueled by the passion we share with our clients and partners to make banking better together. By supporting banks as they innovate and expand efficiently and sustainably. By providing fintechs with a platform to develop groundbreaking banking solutions. By shaping the future of finance together with our vibrant partner ecosystem. and by using technology to drive down banking's carbon footprint. In doing all this, we impact the lives of over 1.2 billion people who rely on Temenos, powering a world of banking that creates opportunities for everyone. And that's what makes us Temenos, everyone's banking platform.
Modernisation represents an opportunity and also a challenge. Banks will need time to plan and execute, while consumers are always looking for the next big thing in payments, and they'll adopt what's new with the tap of a finger.
If I don't see those payment products offered by my financial institution, I'm probably going to move my payment outside of the banking rails. So unless a financial institution engages with real-time and actively offers those products, they can absolutely expect to see their customers going elsewhere.
The good news is the time is right to leverage real-time payment rails to reinvent mission-critical payment systems. The institutions that make real-time a priority will be at the forefront of payments innovation for decades to come.
What does the start of a new day mean to you? For us, it's another chance to do things differently. To challenge, to innovate, to spark change. At Temenos, we believe that banking at its very best has the power to make a real impact. And that belief is fueled by the passion we share with our clients and partners to make banking better together. By supporting banks as they innovate and expand efficiently and sustainably. By providing fintechs with a platform to develop groundbreaking banking solutions. By shaping the future of finance together with our vibrant partner ecosystem. And by using technology to drive down banking's carbon footprint. In doing all this, we impact the lives of over 1.2 billion people who rely on Temenos, powering a world of banking that creates opportunities for everyone. And that's what makes us Temenos, everyone's banking platform.
Real-time payments have been called everything from innovative to disruptive to revolutionary. Now a new report quantifies real-time's impact, illustrating the link between skyrocketing volumes of real-time payments and increased economic output. The 2022 Prime Time for Real-Time report from ACI Worldwide reveals that in just 5 years, real-time payments will account for a quarter of all electronic payments globally. And those real-time payments will facilitate more than $170 billion in GDP.
Economic growth is improved by the ability to move money faster. By being able to move money faster, corporations and consumers can get that money and they can reuse it instantly themselves.
While emerging markets like Thailand and India are taking the lead in real time, there's no mistaking that this powerful trend is global.
The business case for engaging in real-time payments is about staying in business. Financial institutions should see the real-time opportunity and engage on it as a way of modernizing how they work with their consumers.
Modernization represents an opportunity and also a challenge. Banks will need time to plan and execute, while consumers are always looking for the next big thing in payments, and they'll adopt what's new with the tap of a finger.
If I don't see those payment products offered by my financial institution, I'm probably going to move my payment outside of the banking rails. So unless a financial institution engages with real-time and actively offers those products, they can absolutely expect to see their customers going elsewhere.
The good news is the time is right to leverage real-time payment rails to reinvent mission-critical payment systems. The institutions that make real-time a priority will be at the forefront of payments innovation for decades to come.
What does the start of a new day mean to you? For us, it's another chance to do things differently. To challenge, to innovate, to spark change. At Temenos, we believe that banking at its very best has the power to make a real impact. And that belief is fueled by the passion we share with our clients and partners to make banking better together. By supporting banks as they innovate and expand efficiently and sustainably. By providing fintechs with a platform to develop groundbreaking banking solutions. By shaping the future of finance together with our vibrant partner ecosystem. And by using technology to drive down banking's carbon footprint. In doing all this, we impact the lives of over 1.2 billion people who rely on Temenos, powering a world of banking that creates opportunities for everyone. And that's what makes us Temenos, everyone's banking platform.
Real-time payments have been called everything from innovative to disruptive to revolutionary. Now a new report quantifies real-time's impact, illustrating the link between skyrocketing volumes of real-time payments and increased economic output. The 2022 Prime Time for Real-Time report from ACI Worldwide reveals that in just 5 years, real-time payments will account for a quarter of all electronic payments globally. And those real-time payments will facilitate more than $170 billion in GDP.
Economic growth is improved by the ability to move money faster. By being able to move money faster, corporations and consumers can get that money and they can reuse it instantly themselves.
While emerging markets like Thailand and India are taking the lead in real time, there's no mistaking that this powerful trend is global.
The business case for engaging in real-time payments is about staying in business. Financial institutions should see the real-time opportunity and engage on it as a way of modernizing how they work with their consumers.
Modernization represents an opportunity and also a challenge. Banks will need time to plan and execute, while consumers are always looking for the next big thing in payments, and they'll adopt what's new with the tap of a finger.
If I don't see those payment products offered by my financial institution, I'm probably going to move my payment outside of the banking rails. So unless a financial institution engages with real-time and actively offers those products, they can absolutely expect to see their customers going elsewhere.
The good news is the time is right to leverage real-time payment rails to reinvent mission-critical payment systems. The institutions that make real-time a priority will be at the forefront of payments innovation for decades to come.
What does the start of a new day mean to you? For us, it's another chance to do things differently. To challenge, to innovate, to spark change. At Temenos, we believe that banking at its very best has the power to make a real impact. And that belief is fueled by the passion we share with our clients and partners to make banking better together. By supporting banks as they innovate and expand efficiently and sustainably. By providing fintechs with a platform to develop groundbreaking banking solutions. By shaping the future of finance together with our vibrant partner ecosystem. And by using technology to drive down banking's carbon footprint. In doing all this, we impact the lives of over 1.2 billion people who rely on Temenos, powering a world of banking that creates opportunities for everyone. And that's what makes us Temenos, everyone's banking platform.
Real-time payments have been called everything from innovative to disruptive to revolutionary. Now a new report quantifies real-time's impact, illustrating the link between skyrocketing volumes of real-time payments and increased economic output. The 2022 Prime Time for Real-Time report from ACI Worldwide reveals that in just 5 years, real-time payments will account for a quarter of all electronic payments globally. And those real-time payments will facilitate more than $170 billion in GDP.
Economic growth is improved by the ability to move money faster. By being able to move money faster, corporations and consumers can get that money and they can reuse it instantly themselves.
While emerging markets like Thailand and India are taking the lead in real time, there's no mistaking that this powerful trend is global.
The business case for engaging in real-time payments is about staying in business. Financial institutions should see the real-time opportunity and engage on it as a way of modernizing how they work with their consumers.
Modernization represents an opportunity and also a challenge. Banks will need time to plan and execute, while consumers are always looking for the next big thing in payments, and they'll adopt what's new with the tap of a finger.
If I don't see those payment products offered by my financial institution, I'm probably going to move my payment outside of the banking rails. So unless a financial institution engages with real time and actively offers those products, they can absolutely expect to see their customers going elsewhere.
The good news is the time is right to leverage real-time payment rails to reinvent mission-critical payment systems. The institutions that make real-time a priority will be at the forefront of payments innovation for decades to come.
What does the start of a new day mean to you? For us, it's another chance to do things differently. To challenge, to innovate, to spark change. At Temenos, we believe that banking at its very best has the power to make a real impact. And that belief is fueled by the passion we share with our clients and partners to make banking better together. By supporting banks as they innovate and expand efficiently and sustainably. By providing fintechs with a platform to develop groundbreaking banking solutions. By shaping the future of finance together with our vibrant partner ecosystem. And by using technology to drive down banking's carbon footprint. In doing all this, we impact the lives of over 1.2 billion people who rely on Temenos, powering a world of banking that creates opportunities for everyone. And that's what makes us Temenos, everyone's banking platform.
Real-time payments have been called everything from innovative to disruptive to revolutionary. Now a new report quantifies real-time's impact, illustrating the link between skyrocketing volumes of real-time payments and increased economic output. The 2022 Prime Time for Real-Time report from ACI Worldwide reveals that in just 5 years, real-time payments will account for a quarter of all electronic payments globally. And those real-time payments will facilitate more than $170 billion in GDP.
Economic growth is improved by the ability to move money faster. By being able to move money faster, corporations and consumers can get that money and they can reuse it instantly themselves.
While emerging markets like Thailand and India are taking the lead in real time, there's no mistaking that this powerful trend is global.
The business case for engaging in real-time payments is about staying in business. Financial institutions should see the real-time opportunity and engage on it as a way of modernizing how they work with their consumers.
Modernization represents an opportunity and also a challenge. Banks will need time to plan and execute, while consumers are always looking for the next big thing in payments, and they'll adopt what's new with the tap of a finger.
If I don't see those payment products offered by my financial institution, I'm probably going to move my payment outside of the banking rails. So unless a financial institution engages with real time and actively offers those products, they can absolutely expect to see their customers going elsewhere.
The good news is the time is right to leverage real-time payment rails to reinvent mission-critical payment systems. The institutions that make real-time a priority will be at the forefront of payments innovation for decades to come.
What does the start of a new day mean to you? For us, it's another chance to do things differently. To challenge, to innovate, to spark change. At Temenos, we believe that banking at its very best has the power to make a real impact. And that belief is fueled by the passion we share with our clients and partners to make banking better together. By supporting banks as they innovate and expand efficiently and sustainably. By providing fintechs with a platform to develop groundbreaking banking solutions. By shaping the future of finance together with our vibrant partner ecosystem. And by using technology to drive down banking's carbon footprint. In doing all this, we impact the lives of over 1.2 billion people who rely on Temenos, powering a world of banking that creates opportunities for everyone. And that's what makes us Temenos, everyone's banking platform.
Real-time payments have been called everything from innovative to disruptive to revolutionary. Now a new report quantifies real-time's impact, illustrating the link between skyrocketing volumes of real-time payments and increased economic output. The 2022 Prime Time for Real-Time report from ACI Worldwide reveals that in just 5 years, real-time payments will account for a quarter of all electronic payments globally. And those real-time payments will facilitate more than $170 billion in GDP.
Economic growth is improved by the ability to move money faster. By being able to move money faster, corporations and consumers can get that money and they can reuse it instantly themselves.
While emerging markets like Thailand and India are taking the lead in real time, there's no mistaking that this powerful trend is global.
The business case for engaging in real-time payments is about staying in business. Financial institutions should see the real-time opportunity and engage on it as a way of modernizing how they work with their consumers.
Modernization represents an opportunity and also a challenge. Banks will need time to plan and execute, while consumers are always looking for the next big thing in payments, and they'll adopt what's new with the tap of a finger.
If I don't see those payment products offered by my financial institution, I'm probably going to move my payment outside of the banking rails. So unless a financial institution engages with real-time and actively offers those products, they can absolutely expect to see their customers going elsewhere.
The good news is the time is right to leverage real-time payment rails to reinvent mission-critical payment systems. The institutions that make real-time a priority will be at the forefront of payments innovation for decades to come.
What does the start of a new day mean to you? For us, it's another chance to do things differently. To challenge, to innovate, to spark change. At Temenos, we believe that banking at its very best has the power to make a real impact. And that belief is fueled by the passion we share with our clients and partners to make banking better together. By supporting banks as they innovate and expand efficiently and sustainably. By providing fintechs with a platform to develop groundbreaking banking solutions. By shaping the future of finance together with our vibrant partner ecosystem. And by using technology to drive down banking's carbon footprint. In doing all this, we impact the lives of over 1.2 billion people who rely on Temenos, powering a world of banking that creates opportunities for everyone. And that's what makes us Temenos, everyone's banking platform.
Real-time payments have been called everything from innovative to disruptive to revolutionary. Now a new report quantifies real-time's impact, illustrating the link between skyrocketing volumes of real-time payments and increased economic output. The 2022 Prime Time for Real-Time report from ACI Worldwide reveals that in just 5 years, real-time payments will account for a quarter of all electronic payments globally. And those real-time payments will facilitate more than $170 billion in GDP.
Economic growth is improved by the ability to move money faster. By being able to move money faster, corporations and consumers can get that money and they can reuse it instantly themselves.
While emerging markets like Thailand and India are taking the lead in real time, there's no mistaking that this powerful trend is global.
The business case for engaging in real-time payments is about staying in business. Financial institutions should see the real-time opportunity and engage on it as a way of modernizing how they work with their consumers.
Modernization represents an opportunity and also a challenge. Banks will need time to plan and execute, while consumers are always looking for the next big thing in payments, and they'll adopt what's new with the tap of a finger.
If I don't see those payment products offered by my financial institution, I'm probably going to move my payment outside of the banking rails. So unless a financial institution engages with real time and actively offers those products, they can absolutely expect to see their customers going elsewhere.
The good news is the time is right to leverage real-time payment rails to reinvent mission-critical payment systems. The institutions that make real-time a priority will be at the forefront of payments innovation for decades to come.
What does the start of a new day mean to you? For us, it's another chance to do things differently. To challenge, to innovate, to spark change. At Temenos, we believe that banking at its very best has the power to make a real impact. And that belief is fueled by the passion we share with our clients and partners to make banking better together. By supporting banks as they innovate and expand efficiently and sustainably. By providing fintechs with a platform to develop groundbreaking banking solutions. By shaping the future of finance together with our vibrant partner ecosystem. And by using technology to drive down banking's carbon footprint. In doing all this, we impact the lives of over 1.2 billion people who rely on Temenos, powering a world of banking that creates opportunities for everyone. And that's what makes us Temenos, everyone's banking platform.
Real-time payments have been called everything from innovative to disruptive to revolutionary. Now a new report quantifies real-time's impact, illustrating the link between skyrocketing volumes of real-time payments and increased economic output. The 2022 Prime Time for Real-Time report from ACI Worldwide reveals that in just 5 years, real-time payments will account for a quarter of all electronic payments globally. And those real-time payments will facilitate more than $170 billion in GDP.
Economic growth is improved by the ability to move money faster. By being able to move money faster, corporations and consumers can get that money and they can reuse it instantly themselves.
While emerging markets like Thailand and India are taking the lead in real time, there's no mistaking that this powerful trend is global.
The business case for engaging in real-time payments is about staying in business. Financial institutions should see the real-time opportunity and engage on it as a way of modernizing how they work with their consumers.
Modernization represents an opportunity and also a challenge. Banks will need time to plan and execute, while consumers are always looking for the next big thing in payments, and they'll adopt what's new with the tap of a finger.
If I don't see those payment products offered by my financial institution, I'm probably going to move my payment outside of the banking rails. So unless a financial institution engages with real time and actively offers those products, they can absolutely expect to see their customers going elsewhere.
The good news is the time is right to leverage real-time payment rails to reinvent mission-critical payment systems. The institutions that make real-time a priority will be at the forefront of payments innovation for decades to come.
What does the start of a new day mean to you? For us, it's another chance to do things differently. To challenge, to innovate, to spark change. At Temenos, we believe that banking at its very best has the power to make a real impact. And that belief is fueled by the passion we share with our clients and partners to make banking better together. By supporting banks as they innovate and expand efficiently and sustainably. By providing fintechs with a platform to develop groundbreaking banking solutions. By shaping the future of finance together with our vibrant partner ecosystem. And by using technology to drive down banking's carbon footprint. In doing all this, we impact the lives of over 1.2 billion people who rely on Temenos, powering a world of banking that creates opportunities for everyone. And that's what makes us Temenos, everyone's banking platform.
Hello.
When I speak, you will speak like this.
Check,
yeah?
check, check.
Speak like this, okay?
It's okay.
The problem with the full screen, what does it
issue? Check it.
Hi.
Yes.
We accelerated our movement from cash towards digital payments, and we saw the rise in options for digital wallets, P2P transfers, and more. And the trends show no signs of slowing down. Now, to assist you all in embarking on this journey, we have a seasoned consultant specialized in retail banking, payments, and country model banks. From the Business Solutions Group at Temenos, Ms. Esra Moheb.
Hello, thank you everyone for having us here. And I hope you had nice lunch. And I hope you can hear me clearly, right? You can, okay, all right. So actually, throughout the whole day today, they have beautifully laid the ground for why we need to modernize our payment solution. So in terms of what are the trends, what are the drivers, and how having the right platform is the way to equip you for this journey, right? So for today's session, or this presentation, we will emphasize on what has been discussed during the previous sessions, especially with the panelists, as well as we will let you know how our platform can enable you for this journey, right? And let me say that it's just a high-level overview, and we will be happily, have further discussions, personalized discussions with each of our clients here. So, again, there is a lot going on payments, which drives the need for modernizing payments, whether there are market trends or regulatory needs, right? The hot topic is CBPR+, but it's not the only reason why we need to start on this journey. There are market drivers like instant payments, and I will quote here the need for pay me now. Instant payments, real-time payments is the real trend now. Customers' expectations, they are looking for a seamless experience throughout all the applications. We need the right architecture to support this, as well as financial inclusion. In terms of regulatory drivers, ISO 20022 is one, and then we have GPI, we have open banking slash PSD2, right? So back to the financial inclusion, and in this space, we see the non-banks rising, taking a lot of our customer market share, being supported by their modernized architecture, cloud banking nature, and so on. So banks really need to jump on this space, take their shares of the customers, and equip themselves for this journey as well. Now, having said that, how we see the strength of banks, because fintechs are doing great jobs here, but we still see that the banks can onboard on this journey. And the reason why we see the strengths in banks, because you have the right customer pool. You have accessibility to a huge customer pool already, current accounts, and to the regulations. So you have the right strength to embark on this journey and start it with modernizing your payment solution. I'm pretty sure most of the audience here are very convenient with the existing payment system. They believe like, okay, it works. I can assure you it helps you now, but it cannot embark you on this journey in future. Of course, you will need to modernize your solution to be able to adhere to all these changes in terms of payments modernization. Now, having said that, how are we planning to enable you? We have our Temenos Payments Hub solution. This is an enterprise payment solution to enable you in terms of technology, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of business engine, to start on this journey. Little bit on our solution, again, on a very high level. It's a very rich solution. It really acquires longer discussions to explore it, but it's just a high-level overview in terms of technology and the business engine. Okay, so what we see here is on the screen is our portfolio of products as Temenos. It serves the payments life cycle in general, right? However, it's not take it all or leave it. Our solution speaks to the technology. It can collaborate with our other systems, and this is a key aspect of it. So, what happened? Okay, back to the slide. Not sure. All right, so our three main components of payments are the payment order, which is your dedicated front office application speaking to your channels in terms of architecture. The execution layer, which enables you to execute and onboard different types of payments in a high-performant manner. And then finally, the repair engine, which complements the Payments Hub solution in terms of enriching the messages and increasing your STP processing. Now, the other products which complements the life cycle of the payment, we can integrate with any of your existing systems like AML systems, business intelligence systems, and of course, exposing these services to your channels. With a focus on the 3 layers which I have mentioned earlier, Payment Hub, Payment Execution, and Repair Engine, what we're offering here is one solution for all your payment types. How does this help you? It helps you to standardize your operations, standardizing your process. Easy engine to configure and onboard new schemes, whether it's instant payment, SWIFT, RTGS, local clearings. It's scalable and accepts all different payment schemes. It is powered by the Universal Payment Orchestration Framework. So this is a componentized architecture. It is built on the modern architecture and concept of Transact already, as well as it is a componentized solution enabling you with a rule-based business engine, as well as it is a necessity. If we are going to speak with an ecosystem, it is necessary for us to monitor our payments and to know at which stage my payment is, whether it's inside my organization or outside my organization. It also helps you to release products to the market easily. It's a componentized solution. Each payment goes into a life cycle of highly flexible workflow. And of course, we have, our experience expands globally and locally. So we have a full coverage of, we have a huge coverage of local clearings across around 50+ countries. Pakistan is obviously one of them with the support of our partner NDC, as well as if there are any changes to these schemes, like the emerging instant payment, for example, it's very easy to onboard the instant payment scheme. It's very worth mentioning that this engine, it has an instant payment framework, a request to pay framework. So whenever you decide to embark onto this journey, which I believe you are inside that as well, it is already ready with the framework, right? We speak of an enterprise payment solution, and it's very important to be able to monitor the payment across the life cycle of the solution. So the solution supports you with analytical view, monitoring view. You can at any point in time see the cutoff time of the channels, the pending payments, the incoming payments, the outgoing payments, and so on and so forth. Whatever you are seeing on this slide and later in a demo is something that you can easily also personalize as per your requirements. So you can configure it to align with your requirements. So this is a solution which is CBPR Plus ready. It's SWIFT GPI ready as well. It can be deployed on 2 modes. This is a very important point. Why? It can be deployed as a standalone and in embedded mode. Standalone mode basically speaks to our customers who are on older Transact releases and are not ready to go into the upgrade process, but they would like to engage and catch up with the payments modernization flow. So if that's the case, so TPH can be installed in a standalone mode, speaking to your existing core banking system, whether it's Transact and also non-Transact customers. So it's an enterprise payment solution, can be deployed standalone, speaking to Transact or non-Transact core. It can as well be installed in embedded mode. This mainly applies to our customers who already have Transact, who has already upgraded their solution and would like to upgrade the payments into TPH so they can deploy it into a standalone, into an embedded mode. Now, throughout the sessions, we've been speaking about our readiness, cloud readiness. So again, Payments Hub, whether it's embedded or standalone, is cloud ready or private. You can also install it in a hybrid mode. You can also avail it on premise. Again, this is another message which has been, explained thoroughly by John and Shiraz. Our solution is API ready. We have a full catalog of APIs offering or exposing our solution to the external world. Payments is one of them, and you can obviously visit our online link to explore the API catalog that we have, not to mention how our tools enables you to build your own APIs as well. Okay, so now in terms of componentization, building our own services as a bank, TPH being instant payment and our request to pay ready, we all know that now we need to offer our services, our banking services as a service, as a standalone service. We've done that already with payments. We've already published our instant payment service. We have already published our request to pay service, which you can expose to the external world as well. It's based on TPH. So simply what you're gonna do, you're gonna install this service. This is how you are going to deploy it into your landscape. You will install the IPS service or the R2P service, request to pay. It can speak to the external world, and here Rust is one of the is your instant payment solution. So you can just simply expose your services, instant payment service, to Rust. And of course, it will speak to the downstream systems, which is Temenos Payments or any other core banking that you may have. So we can sell it as a standalone, as a service, or it can be part of TPH already if you have the payment solution. Final messages on the solution. What does it offer to you? How it enables you? It enables you for a faster time to market. How? Because it's a componentized based solution, rule-based business engine. It enables you to hyper-personalize and personalize your product as a client, as a bank, and publish them to the market faster. It's really very flexible and highly configurable. Second, we have a high-performant engine which offers also higher STP rates. With the complementing it with the Temenos Payments Repair as well, it will also increase your STP rates. But TPH as a standalone itself ensures you higher STP rates. Best customer experience, because this is a solution built on innovation, built on modern architecture. So it can enable you to build the journeys that you need or you acquire for your customer and expose it to them through your channels or through the branches. Last but not least, this is we are a global solution, but yet we are localized. In what sense? As I said before, we have 50+ clearings supported. So to any of the audience who have also international entities, we have international schemes supported, as well as Pakistan, RTGS, ACH, and NEFT payments. Last on the solution, it's multi-entity. So we all know that Transact is multi-entity solution, right? TPH also inherited this privilege. So even if it's deployed as a standalone solution, it acts as a multi-entity solution for your business. The next few slides, these are studies done by our Temenos Value Benchmark team. They can happily, by the way, sit with you, assess your business, and advise you on the right next steps in terms of payments or any other of our payments products portfolio. Now, these are studies done with our customers who did acquire TPH and started the journey on payments with it. So what we see here, what Temenos customers get with TPH, they get 10% lower payments error rate. This is really an edge when it comes to operational performance, and it definitely automatically reflects on the cost and on the revenue subsequently. 90% average time to manually repair a payment, direct impact on operational process, 16% higher payments STP rate, and of course, this also means higher revenue. This is another study we did with a client in Egypt who also went live recently with TPH. The estimated benefit from using payments and the revenue from modernizing their payment with such a platform, estimated revenue was from EGP 1.3 million into 4.5 million. And the matrices behind this study is higher revenue through improved payments offering, faster time to market, reduced cost through increased straight-through processing, because we have an increased impact on operational cost, reduced cost through increased efficiency for investigation and wider data set made available, and last but not least, the fact that they remove the cost of using Swift translation services in terms of ISO 20022. Because, as we said before, Temenos solution is already CBPR plus ready. So it's like you just take it and innovate. This is the end of the presentation. I would like to take you through a quick overview about the solution. Again, very quick overview, and we can happily have more detailed sessions in future where you can see the solution in more details. It's very rich solution, so long discussions only can cover it. And here I just would like to give you a flavor of it, right? So you see the screen already? Yes? This is not what you're supposed to see? Okay, yep. So what you see on the screen, we've spoken about monitoring, payments monitoring, and how it's a very key aspect when it comes to payments hub solution or enterprise payment solution. What you see here is more of a analytic view or role-based view. Like we see here the today's payments count and status of each. It's very important to say that a componentized architecture offers you a stateful kind of solution, because you are supposed to speak with the external world. There are many ecosystems. During the life cycle of the payment, there are many in and outs from the solution. We need at any point in time to allocate the payment, know where it is, and act accordingly. Right? So this is a view, for example, showing you the completed payments, the rejected payments, the awaiting confirmation payments, the canceled payments, awaiting funds check. So the list can definitely go on and on. You can design your own analytic view yourselves. This is a user agent, which we've built using our visualizer and Fabric tools. You can also innovate on this. And then from this view, I'm going to open Transact using this payment management tab. And then I come here to Transact, and I see also another view. Of course, session timed out, because it's open for some time now. OK, let me launch it from the user agent itself. OK, I will re-log in. Let me refresh this. I need to re-log in. It's signed out, so I will just re-log in. I need to show you this. So, a minute. Okay. Unfortunately, it's not happening. All right. So I planned to show you an instant payment, show you the life cycle, and show you also the outgoing message, which is PAX 8. Unfortunately, I think the environment is down. It's not working. This is a cloud environment, so seems it's down. I'm sorry for that. But back to the payments monitoring. It's very important to have this aspect, and then we were to drill down on the payment and show the ISO 20022 message, but unfortunately it's not working, so I stop here. Yeah. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Isra, for educating the members of the audience with what Temenos is doing to ensure the respective banks' future successes.
And one thing is clear, keeping in mind the developments of the past. It is pivotal for banks to keep up with the newest available technology, not only to attract customers, but to retain them as well. Ladies and gentlemen, I would be correct in pointing out that the next topic up would strike a chord with all the members in the audience. Whether it is a 21st century startup or a bank established decades ago, becoming a true digital bank is key to one of the C-level executives of the bank.
Not only digitization gives banks the opportunity to take customer service to the next level, but also at the same time, it offers the possibility for much higher automation and related cost efficiencies.
This session on how to build digital banks of the future sets out how Temenos' end-to-end solutions provide the capabilities to our clients to deliver engaging and empowering digital banking experience to their customers. Solutions which, as everything we do, are open, packaged, and upgradable, ensuring our clients never fall behind. Without further ado, let me welcome on stage Business Development Manager, Digital Banking Solutions, Temenos, Mr. Ahmed Khidr, followed by Head of Digital Customer Experience, NDC Tech, Mr. Asim Shah.
Thank you very much. I'm going to talk about 3 topics in my presentation today. The first one is going to be the trends that we see in the digital space. After that, I'm going to talk about the challenges that these trends create for banks and financial institutions. And then last but not least, I'm going to talk about how digital banks can transform these challenges into opportunities. Slide. Yep. So let's start with the first topic. And here we have to talk about the rising and changing customer expectations. And this is something that we heard during the panel discussions and other discussions today. And basically what we have to talk about is that the customers, especially the younger generation, so millennials, Gen Z customers, are using apps such as Instagram, Netflix, TikTok, Amazon, pretty much all the time. And they're used to a certain type of customer experience where everything is available immediately. Everything is available with one click. And if they are not getting the same type of experience from their banks, from their financial institutions, they can get impatient, and they can get extremely impatient very quickly. Let me share a personal story with you. Actually, a couple of weeks ago, I received a phone call from my bank in Dubai, and they asked me if I wanted to apply for a credit card from my own bank. And when I received this phone call from my bank, I became so angry, so frustrated with my bank. And the reason is, I actually already have the same credit card from my own bank. It's here with me in my wallet right now. So clearly, my bank doesn't understand me. They don't know what products I have with them. The offers, the recommendations they are giving me are completely irrelevant. These type of experiences are not going to cut it anymore, especially if I'm comparing it with the personalization that I'm getting from the likes of Netflix or the likes of Amazon. And what makes this even more difficult for banks is that these experiences and customer expectations are changing all the time. And I think a great example of that is how Tesla is transforming the car purchasing experience. A couple of years ago, whenever we wanted to buy a new car, we went into a car dealership. Nowadays, you can log into the Tesla website, and you can order your new Tesla within a matter of few clicks. And then you can pay using Bitcoin, or you can pay using Apple Pay. And no one knows what this experience is going to look like 2 years from now or 3 years from now. Maybe Bitcoin will be out and something new that doesn't even exist today will be in. Maybe we'll be ordering our new cars through the metaverse. So we cannot just deploy an amazing customer experience today and then forget about it, because it will become obsolete very quickly. So we have to be very flexible and very agile to always adapt to the changing customer expectations and to these digital experiences. The next topic, the next trend that I would like to talk about is the rise of disruptive technologies such as artificial intelligence, machine learning, big data analytics, open platforms. And one of the things that these technologies enable banks to do is to create new type of experiences for their customers, experiences that didn't exist before. So for example, through open platforms, banks now have the capability to build an ecosystem of fintechs, merchants, vendors, providers, and use that ecosystem to provide their customers with experiences that go beyond the traditional banking products. So for example, let's talk about a home purchasing experience, a home buying experiences. Instead of just giving a customer a mortgage, through this ecosystem of fintechs, merchants, banks can be a much deeper part of that journey. So for example, through a fintech, we can help the customer find their dream home. And then once you found your dream home and once you got your mortgage, banks can help the customer with the next steps. For example, they can connect you with a home moving service or a home cleaning service or offering you a home insurance. And then using artificial intelligence and using machine learning, we can target the right product at the right customer at the right time. And clearly this offers a much better experience for the end users. Digital banks can use these experiences to differentiate themselves in the market and also to open up new streams of revenue that didn't exist before. So these are great opportunities for digital banks. However, the challenge is that if there is any bank who is not adopting these type of new experiences, then their competition will be doing it. And we at Temenos believe that in order to be successful in these new digital trends in the new digital space, banks and digital banks really have to adopt a set of key digital enablers, the digital capabilities, to be successful. So what are some of these capabilities? The first one is offering a fully digital experience for the customer, starting from digital onboarding, servicing the day-to-day customer banking needs through digital origination. These experiences has to be very seamless, very easy to use, and also fully omnichannel at the same time. So let's say if I need some help in my digital journey, I should be able to reach a real human being, a real human person through video call or through audio call who should be able to help me in a very seamless way. So this is where the omnichannel aspect comes in. The next important area is all about that ecosystem. We at Temenos believe that in the near future, banks will more and more compete with each other based on their ecosystem and the services that they can provide from their ecosystem. And to enable that, we believe that banks should really adopt an open platform that will allow them to integrate with that ecosystem and to distribute services into the hands of their customers through that open platform. The next set of capabilities is all about personalization. So using sophisticated data analytics, artificial intelligence, machine learning, combining that with a campaign management solution that will enable banks to provide a similar type of personalization that customers are already expecting from the likes of Amazon, Netflix, and not just trying to sell them credit cards that they already have. And then last but not least, we believe that all of these capabilities should be built, have to be built on a flexible, low-code digital platform that will allow digital banks to adapt to the changing customer needs and expectations in a very flexible and agile way. And we at Temenos, we have worked with more than 70 challenger banks, digital banks, which include some of the leading digital banks, both globally and also here in the region. So if I can mention a few names, one of our customers is Open Bank, which is Bank Santander's digital banking arm in Europe. They are using our technology that enable them to scale up to more than 1 million end users. So nowadays they are considered to be the largest digital bank in Europe using our technology. Virgin Mobile in Australia is also one of our customers. PayPal is using our solution for buy now, pay later in North America. Or here in the region, I can mention STC Pay, which is Saudi Telecom's digital banking arm and considered to be the largest mobile wallet, the largest digital wallet in the GCC in the Middle East region. And to illustrate how we are helping these banks, these customers, to be successful with these trends in the digital space, I brought you a case study. And this case study is all about open banking and all about how open banking can be used to provide experiences that go beyond the traditional products. And this case study is about Flowy. Flowy is a digital bank, a challenger bank, that was launched in Italy in 2020. And Flowy targets the younger generation, so millennials, Gen Z customers. And what Flowy has done is that it has branded itself as an environmentally friendly digital bank. Now, we know that for the younger generation, being environmentally friendly is a very important value. And this is what Flowy connects with. So for example, if you open an account with Flowy, you receive a debit card that is made from recycled wood instead of plastic. Or if you use Flowy's digital banking application, you will receive information on what is the carbon footprint that you're generating through your transactions. And the way Flowy does that is through open banking, through open APIs. It integrates with a fintech that specializes in exactly that, which is the calculation of the carbon footprint of transactions. And then Flowy is using this fintech service to enrich the data that it's presenting to the end users, to their customers. And also, if you're using Flowy's digital banking application, you will receive personalized advice and recommendations on what are some of the actions that you can take to reduce the carbon footprint, which is personalized to using artificial intelligence by analyzing your transactional behavior and your transactional profile. And Flowy is using these experiences, first of all, to differentiate itself in the market, which is something that's very critical for any digital bank. Also to better connect with their customers' everyday life values and to add more value into the everyday lives of their customers. So how we enable these type of experiences at Temenos? Well, first of all, what we at Temenos believe that these experiences that go beyond the traditional banking products can really come in lots and different shapes and forms. So every digital bank has to build their own experiences that will differentiate itself in the market, and they have to adopt a test and learn approach. So we cannot just take an out-of-the-box solution. We have to be very creative here, and we have to adopt a test and learn approach. And because of that, having a flexible digital platform is must. And this is exactly what we offer as part of our digital framework. The other thing that we are doing is that as part of our digital solution, we provide an open platform that will allow the digital bank to integrate with its own ecosystem of fintechs, merchants, providers, and to expose those services into the hands of the customers in a fully integrated way, integrated into the digital journeys, integrated into the digital experiences. So that's the first step. The second thing that we are doing is we are using sophisticated data analytics and artificial intelligence to be able to better understand the end user and better anticipate the customer needs and customer problems. So for example, we are using artificial intelligence to predict what is the next best product that we can recommend to a customer. What is the customer's future cash flow going to look like? Will the customer have enough money on his or her account at the end of the month, for example? And then using these insights, we can really anticipate, what are the customer needs and customer problems going to look like. And this is where the third step comes in, which is as part of our digital platform, we have a real-time campaign management solution that takes all of these insights that we generated using AI, and it turns them into real-time proactive advice, offers, recommendations to the customers. And these offers and recommendations can be about banking products and services, or products and services that come from the ecosystem of the bank that we have integrated in the first step. And this is how we enable banks, such as Flowy, to create these experiences that go beyond the traditional banking products. To finish off, I would like to summarize the key takeaways from my session. So in order to be successful in the digital space, we believe that digital banks have to really focus on three key areas. First of all, creating smart, easy-to-use digital experiences, mobile first but fully omnichannel. The second is building all of that on top of a flexible platform that will allow digital banks to adapt to the changing customer needs and changing customer expectations in a very flexible and agile way. And then last but not least, tapping into open banking and using that to create experiences that go beyond the traditional products that add more value into the everyday lives of your customers. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone, this is Asim. I had the digital experience with NDC. So I'll be talking about how to achieve or what is the best practices to achieve what, throughout the day you have been hearing from different, even the panel discussions, they were talking about the customer-centric approach and everything. So, so most of the things are already covered here. So what do you mean by digitization? Digitization is something which is converting your services available digitally through channels, because right now all the customers and the Gen Zs and the Gen X, what Ahmed was just talking before me, are the people who has adapted the mobile or the digital technology quite more than what we did in our initial days, and these are the future customers you'll be facing. You'll be having on board. Currently, the Gen X and the older people, where technology wasn't the best, and wasn't the best. So we used to walk into a branch, and that's how our customer experiences. And from there, the customer experiences increase, and the inflation of and the mobile devices penetration into the market helped increase moving the banks to digitally. So, and who are the drivers of digitization? Digitization drivers are us, as in customers, not bankers. So we are bankers here, and we have a very different mindset, to be very honest. So we need to reach out to the customers in order to understand their basic needs, accessing information, their transactions, their behaviors. Humayun Sajjad earlier talked about personas. So every persona is different, and to cater their needs. They could be digitally done. Hello? Yeah. So they could be digitally done, whereas some personas, like the people who doesn't have a smartphone, they use a USSD method. So that persona is covered through that channel. Some people still want to go to a branch and do a transaction, like my father still wants to go to the branch and pay his bills because he wants to keep a copy with a stamp on it in a file. So yes, you still have those personas in the market, but then you have to drive your proposition to handle all kind of personas overall. So what are the benefits of digitization? Cost effective. People will less go to your branches. Load on the branches will reduce. People will do their service faster, and it's accessible throughout the day. Whenever they want to do a transaction, they can straight away go pull up a phone and pay their bills or do a transfer to any of his friends or colleagues or family members, and also which enhances the customer experience based on the persona. So you have a set of customer who does a transaction regularly, so you know these customers because you have the data, and this data actually helps you drive your journeys and your personas. So you have to look into your data,
make personas out of it, and do a research. And you have to reach out to those customers in order to drive the journeys. So there's another concept of online banking, or online branch, or online bank versus a digital bank. So what is an online bank? An online bank is basically your basic services available through an online channel, whereas a digital bank is a process where the whole journey, even the fulfillment at the back end, is completely digitized. So you have to make a complete digital ecosystem of a customer where he can initiate a request, and your back-end processes are also digitized rather than just going back and the old processes starts again. So that's, we throughout the day, even Ahmed and other colleagues of mine, everybody emphasized on the customers and the technology pertaining them. And all these technologies are built to cater those needs of the customer, and that's the reason they have done the digital enablement. What are the benefits of digital banking? Digital banking solutions enable banks to offer better and cheaper service than traditional competitors, because they have, now giving an example of the new digital banks coming up, the new fintechs, they have probably one branch, but they're giving you end-to-end complete banking service across their portfolio. Whereas talking about the older banks, they have brick and mortar, and where people actually walk in. And, so infrastructural cost, PS staffing cost, and everything comes along with it. So yes, so it is cost effective from other competitors. So, I'll just go through on a quick thing, 4 types of digital banks in the market, which are the neobanks, challenger bank, the new banks, and the non-banks. So this is basically, the neobanks are the banks who doesn't have a license, and you just provide financial services based on a licensed bank. Challenger bank is somebody who's reaching out to the customers who are Gen Zs and the Gen Ys in the market to provide their digital services. New banks are banks which doesn't believe in branches, so all the services are digitally enabled through digital channels, respectively. Non-bank is a bank who just provide loan services, and they don't have much of they cannot take deposits or anything, so they just provide BNPL services, what we have in the market, and so on and so forth. What is the importance of creating a seamless user experience? And so customer experience in some and all interactions goes, so you have these 4 things, what I've put it down, and this is actually affects a complete importance of creating a seamless user experience throughout. So basically, you build a persona, and you have all these 4 points mentioned here, which is, the transactions are speed and simple. There are not 10 kinds of approval required to do a transaction, and so on. And multi-channel banking experience, which means that if I start a transaction at home and I don't have any documentation, or if I forgot something important came up, I can always come back to it and do it from any other channel across the banks, whatever they offer. Whereas design, so now design is something which is more of an interface, and due to the change of market and change of needs of the customer. So design is an important element which increases the customer expectations and easiness throughout their journey. And the personalized service, what Ahmed was talking about, and even Isra, where you keep the data. You do a research on the data, and you provide those targeted best practices, which you can do a cross-selling across different things. Somebody whose car loan is finishing in probably 6 months from now, you can offer him another car loan, and then so and so forth. So something similar, you can sell them a credit card who has a loan. You have a salary. So you can achieve all this thing. And to achieve all this thing, there is one main thing what has to be followed across the bank, which is a new term or the buzzword nowadays in Pakistan, but it's been followed with many different countries across and different organizations, which is the design thinking. So what is design thinking? Design thinking is nothing to do, it is somehow related to do with design, but not pertaining to the visual element of it. The design thinking can be used in every aspect of an organization, from sales to HR to defining a process. So basic thing is you have to go and reach out to your customers. It could be your internal customers, it could be your external customers. You empathize with them, you get their requirement, you define their core problems, then you iterate them, and you prototype them, and then you go actually and test them with those set of personas or those set of target audience, and then drive a process. As we have seen, all these processes are not made once. They are iterative, and they change over the period of time. So probably your process is good now. It won't be good in a year's time, because there is technology advancement, customer needs are changing, and so on and so forth. So yes, so main thing is customer-centric. Like in the panel discussion I was hearing earlier this morning, and everybody was, the approach should be customer-centric. The processes in our bank should be customer-centric, and they have to be changed, and they have to be made easier so that the customer fulfillment is done faster. Unlike, I've seen in multiple banks in Pakistan, they don't like to change their processes, and because this is our process and it has to be followed that. And then your journey of a customer is drive around your process, which makes it a painful part. So I would again iterate that please listen to your customer, and that's what most of the banks are doing. Apart from that, what most of the banks are doing are building their own design or experience methodology. I'll give you an example. I don't have a slide on it, but there's a bank in Spain called BBVA, and they have started their own design practice as a whole soul, and each and every process in their whole organization is gone through that process. And it's a pretty old bank. It's a pretty old bank, somewhere about started in 1850, and they're still surviving. And it's a very big use case, because in COVID, they made the processes based on the customer requirements, and they sold them. And even in Pakistan, 2017, UBL did something similar, and they have a design practice within their organization, which is actually changing. So if you could see, UBL has won few awards in the last few years with the digital app, because they do test, they do research. Whereas right now, unlike UBL, sorry, I deal with most of the banks here, the research part is always missing. So the customer part is always missing. I would like to conclude just by mentioning, please reach out to your customers and get their pain points and resolve them. And if you want to change your process, please do so. That would help, and that would actually create more opportunities in the market. Thank you all. Thank you all. Who's
Thank you, Asim and Ahmed, for sharing with us the know-how on digital transformation. Now we do have breakout sessions planned for the following expertise from Temenos and other consulting firms. We have also placed the signages outside the rooms for you. It would be easy for you to locate the sessions. The sessions are Core Banking Upgrade, Huawei Cloud for Banking 4.0, how to create a frictionless mobile banking journey, and how do you overcome unexpected core banking operational challenges in the digital one.
Ladies and gentlemen, taking this opportunity, we would want to recognize and appreciate our sponsors and our speakers. And to do the honors, I would like to call on stage Ms. Amara Masood. First up, we would like to recognize HID Global for their contribution as our official platinum sponsor and request Mr. Karoui to come on stage to receive the token of appreciation. Huge round of applause for Mr. Karoui. Till we wait for him to join us on stage, next up I would like to call and invite Mr. Lee Alcorn, Sales Director, Temenos, to receive a plaque of appreciation for sharing his thoughts on the importance of the MEA region to Temenos. Huge round of applause, please.
Next, I would like to call Mr. John, Chief Enterprise Architect, Temenos, to receive the token of appreciation for insightful and informative session on composable banking.
Okay. So Mr. John is not with us in the audience. If anyone would want to, on behalf of John? Ms. Shadan Chopre. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Shiraz Junejo, Principal BSG Consultant, Temenos, to receive the plaque of appreciation for a wonderful demo session on onboarding and origination. He's coming.
He's coming. हाँ, वो बोलो फिर नेक्स्ट स्टार्ट करते हैं। नहीं लिखा हुआ उसका। मैं ये कर लूँ?
एक मिनट ना, Next, I would like to call on stage Mr. Russell Smith, Director Sales, for sharing his wonderful insights on the panel discussion, Pivotal Trends of Banking in 2022. Thank you.
Next, we would want to recognize Huawei for their services rendered as our official platinum sponsor and request Mr. Malik to come on stage to receive the token of appreciation. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And please, Mr. Robert, join us also as well.
Next, we would want to recognize ACI Worldwide for their services rendered as our official gold sponsor and request Mr. Damon Madden to come on stage to receive the token of appreciation.
Next up, I would like to invite Mr. Yako Fori, Commercial Director, SAS Temenos, to receive the plaque of appreciation for sharing his thoughts on cloud banking.
Next, I would like to invite Ms. Esra Moheb, Principal BSG Consultant Temenos, to receive the token of appreciation for her insightful and informative session on payment capabilities. Huge round of applause, please.
Now I'd like to invite Mr. Ahmed Khidir, Business Development Manager, Digital Banking Solutions, Temenos, and Mr. Asim Shah, Head of Digital Customer Experience, NDC Tech. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Karawai. Mr. Karawai, if you could join us on stage to receive the plaque of appreciation for your informative session on mobile banking.
Oh, geez. I was on the back trying to get you. No problem.
Now, with a heavy heart, I would like to say goodbye and bid farewell to an informative, insightful, and knowledgeable little session. Validator. I would request the representatives of Validator to come on stage to receive the token of appreciation.
They're not here.
Okay. So,
Thank you, ma'am.
thank you.
Thank you everyone for joining us on this event, and I'd like to extend my appreciation and support that we have got from the organizing team, members of the committee, and everyone who else has made this event a successful one. Thank you everyone. Huge round of applause for everyone. I'd request all of you to please join us on stage for a group picture. Everyone, please come on stage. Partners, clients, NDC Tech Team, Temenos, Systems Limited. Please join us here on.
Sakina,